Oh, that might be why. Sorry. I have like 15 different controls for things that can be muted. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my my first drawing stream. Yeah, Majungasaurus Major, Roar, Lives Doodles, hello. Fernando, oh, I can't hear you, yeah. Fernando, I know I'm like, I was trying to finish eating. Let's see. The Artistic Seal, A, Lives Doodles, hi. Bots of Magic, OMG, your room is amazing. Thank you. This is my summer project back here, this display case with all the toys I've collected over the years. Shadow Flame 611, hello. Beija Flor Dorado, hello. Liz Doodles, the Sammy jacket in the back. I need it so bad. You have to make it yourself. Fernando, Laura Dern. Yes, and Laura Dern, my leopard gecko, is also back there in her little terrarium. She's sleeping because it is the middle of the day. The Jungosaurus Major, hi. Hello, everyone. Liz Median 345 says, will they be selling Sammy jacket as part of merchandise? No. So I made this jacket. I just bought the jacket by itself and then I painted it myself because there's currently not one that you can get anywhere any other way. Liv Zoodles, your gecko is named Laura Dern. Yes, she is. The Artistic Seal, petition for a Hammond collection, Sammy. Fernando, came out so good. Thanks. All right. Now I'm gonna... my sound is working. Gonna... window capture. No. Oops. Yeah, there we go. And 1 second. I just need to move some things around. Oh, what is that? No, I want to move this around. Hang on. Webcam. Yes. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. I don't need you right now. And yeah, there we go. Visual Floor Dorado said, I've seen the process on Instagram. It looks so great. Thanks. Liz Median, can you draw Sammy together? Maybe. Let's see. Starmy says, sup gamers, it's your boy. Majungasaurus Major said, I got Twitch just for this stream. The Artistic Seal, I logged into a Twitch account I haven't used in 5 years just for this stream. Oh my gosh. Sean 527, yes, the time of peak artistry has begun. Yeah, thanks everyone. I think one thing I'll show first, I guess. I have both Storyboard Pro and Photoshop open. I don't know if I'm gonna draw in both of them. I might. I'll see how I feel. I will show off first of all. So I did this like promo drawing to announce this stream, and um, and I guess let's see. I forgot to name these layers. I'll show like the kind of the process that I did to make just this promo drawing first. Let's see, I don't need that. I need you and I'll turn, so you can see I have like the sketch layer. This is the sketch layer for this, and I think I also have, yeah, like this was the thumbnail layer. So normally when I draw, for storyboarding, like the drawing I did like for promotion for this was definitely more of a clean drawing as far as like sketching goes. A lot of times for like storyboarding purposes, let's see, I just want like that. I'll group you. A lot of times for storyboarding purposes, the drawings I did for work were like a lot, like a lot rougher. This was the sketch layer, yes. So like you can see, this is the, anytime I get a whiff of possible Heidi Ben content, I come run it. Top Ramen Doodles, here to steal all of your drawing habits. Ben's Beanie, hi Ben's Beanie. Fernando, oh dang, your Photoshop layout is interesting. Is that a good interesting or a bad interesting? So you can see like this is the rough sketch I did. This is kind of closer to how I might storyboard them actually. Like especially if I was doing like a big group shot where and it was like a wider shot. 'Cause like it's much faster to like be a little like looser and messier and just like gestural. And like you can see that I didn't fully like render out their eyes and sometimes noses. And there's still like sketch lines and things, and a lot of times like if you're like in a big hurry and you just need to make like the characters like clear enough. Yeah, so that's the sketch layer, and then this is like the thumbnail, which is even rougher. And you can see like this is more about trying to figure out like a possible composition, and like you other than me, you probably don't know. Like you can see I like kind of indicated like, oh, Sammy and Yaz, like here's Yaz's like her hair up, and then like here's a bit of Darius's hair, and then like for Kenji and Ben I barely indicated their hair. So from that to that, I got like a cleaner sketch, but then like the final sketch is, the final sketch is much cleaner, and it doesn't have like this. It doesn't have as many of the sketch lines, and I also added like a little bit of like very like quick fill. So that's kind of like just like a very quick like drawing these characters. A lot of the times they'd probably, for like storyboarding, a lot of times they'd actually look more like this, like drawing on the show. But anyways, yeah, I guess I'm gonna just go through and show you kind of like how my approach to like drawing is, if I can get my brush settings where I like them for this brush, for just nice kind of, this brush I'm using is just like one of the default Photoshop brushes. It's the Kyle Drawing Box Happy HB, and I like change a couple settings on it depending on what I'm doing. Like since I'm doing like a sketchier like I'm gonna be like sketching right now. I have like the pressure for opacity on and pressure for size on. Whenever I'm like, I might be like doing like more like final lines, I might turn the opacity off. But let's see. Fernando, ramen, top ramen noodles, what's up bots? Idle compy, late but high. Hello. I was a little late getting started myself, so no big deal. Fernando, I just keep the default like a fool. I don't know what the default looks like anymore. I don't even remember what I changed actually. I think like my biggest things that I've changed in Photoshop is probably my hotkeys. I have like a few custom hotkeys that I use. Anyways, okay, I need to pull up. Hang on. I'm moving some windows around on my other screen because I have like a pure ref window that I'm not going to show. I don't think anything on it is NDA. I think most of the stuff on it is just online now, has been posted like online, but just in case, I'm not going to show my reference window. But I usually always draw with reference. I usually, like whenever I was at the office, I would always pin up like, all the character design, like reference sheets and, let's see, I know this one's, and having the lineup. One of the things like for story, like drawing these characters for storyboarding, one of the most important things is actually not getting them on model. It for 3D storyboarding, 3D animation, television storyboarding. It's getting the proportions and size correct. So having the lineup is like one of the most important things. And then also like finding things on the characters, like whenever you're drawing them like quickly, finding ways to like give them like shorthands to make them recognizable. Like for Ben, I always tend to make him like a little buff, like just kind of, as the show went on, I definitely like kind of would make him just like buffer and buffer. Especially after we saw like his renders come back, like cause these are like the like from the model sheet, like these are like some of the early like designs. You can see that it's not like fully rendered and everything. Like it was, these were drawn. Top ramen doodles. What are the odds of a 3D show opting for more previs than 2D storyboards? But for Ben, like, I kind of simplify, like, oops, that eraser is way too big. I kind of like simplify like his hair, and like these shapes, and then I like kind of, I'll be sure to like indicate his bangs maybe, and then sometimes I'll like just do something like that. And then for his nose, I usually like I kind of give him like a little bit of a bigger nose because his nose is like a little bigger. I'm gonna just, if this was in Storyboard Pro, I'd probably just delete that line because you can just select lines and delete them. Yeah, so something like that. And then this is kind of how I like quickly indicate like his jacket. And then I always like try and indicate like his dork pouch. That's like a quick shorthand for Ben. For Sammy, Sammy, I like sometimes I'll like kind of try and push out her cheek a bit more. It's funny because like she all the characters I got used to drawing them like on Camp Cretaceous a certain way, and then the new ones I was like, oh, they're some of them are pretty similar, and then I like look back at the old models and I'm like, oh, they had real baby faces. Like and I don't know if it's just that how much because like I feel like Sammy I draw her pretty similarly to how I used to draw her. I think I just like her hair is like I do it a little different than what I used to, but like this I like to get this nice angle in the back, and then maybe it's tucked, and then just whoop. And then like I think the biggest difference on Sammy is just like her outfit. Her outfit changed because she used to have. Oh God, it's been so long since I think I pulled up. I always have to remember the way to move the screen around in Pure Ref is the hotkey is different. Oh yeah, like whenever I was storyboarding like old Sammy, it was pretty easy because you just did this, and then you were pretty much done. But on her newer one, she's wearing the Sherpa, and yeah, just I sometimes don't even indicate like this because it just gets too much like to storyboard it like too quickly. So I'll just like do something like that. Ragnar animation. How does it feel drawing these characters' designs compared to Camp Cretaceous? Sean, is Sammy sad because Brooklyn is next in line instead of yes? So this is more, I kind of do like a Kim Possible mouth, like when I'm storyboarding like Sammy, and I'll just kind of like really quickly indicate like her lip like that. And then for Brooklyn, this is her long hair design. For Brooklyn, like I give her like a pretty like standard face shape, and then so like how it feels compared to drawing the Camp Cretaceous characters. Yeah, like I would say Ben is obviously like probably like one of the most extreme differences. He's basically not the same to draw at all. Sammy's pretty similar. Yaz is pretty similar. It's just her hair and her outfit is different. Kenji is he's technically the same, but the shorthand for his old hair. The way I used to draw, like, oh, like this is. I'm just indicating that this is Kenji. It was really easy because all you had to do was you just did this, and you're like, oh yeah, that's Kenji, and it was because it was like a really distinctive like silhouette. But on the new one, it's not as distinctive because his hair just lies flat. It's got like it's not quite a 2-block. It's kind of one. And, well, his chin is a little longer. I don't always indicate that because I'm used to drawing it like the old way, but I tried it. Sometimes I'll try to remember just to move his nose up a little higher. And I feel like he's, I feel like I drew him always like, just the life sucked out of him. In Chaos Theory. But yeah, and then I went through several ways, like trying to figure out like how to draw his hair. But I think this is kind of what I wound up with. And then Darius is also a little bit different, but he's more fun to draw. He was more fun to draw in Chaos Theory. I liked getting to draw his hair and his jacket, because like in Camp Cretaceous he just was wearing that one T-shirt because he lost his jacket, his hoodie, like really early on in the show, and I never got to draw him in his hoodie. I also never got to draw Ben like when he was old Ben, because I didn't come onto the show until the end of season 2 after he came back and he was Wild Ben. I used to draw him so much rounder. I think I'm trying to remember kind of how I did this, but it's kind of hard because I'm also influenced by like the newer one. I think it was something like like this, and then just his hair, I just give him Naruto hair. And he was like a lot skinnier. So something like that. Majungasaurus Major, sad Kenji. Loves doodles. This man cannot get a single break. Ragnar, Kenji is a mood. Solar System 3. Kenji is going through it. What else is new? Yeah. Lives doodles. I'm so glad Darius is back to wearing yellow. It looks so good on him. Yeah, I'm glad he does have like a signature color. It looks really nice on him. Because like I think his old T-shirt was technically like a really light blue, but it always kind of read as white. But yeah. Fernando says Barbarian Ben, Barbara Ben. Starmy says the way you draw Ben has permanently affected the way I draw him, and for that I thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, it's like old Ben always had his like, I think I made his neck a little too long. A little. Because he was just wearing like that ripped up, I don't remember where the rips were. I used to indicate them. Ripped up tank top. Yeah. So the biggest difference is definitely between those two. Okay. Well, I guess, okay. I say that and then I move to Brooklyn. I'm like, she's a little different too. Like her face is kind of similar, but then like the way her hair is different. But I think for Brooklyn, I didn't draw her as much, but I think I did like something like this. And the way her hair wound up like coming out in the show, it looks a little different slightly because it's a bit of a unusual like asymmetrical cut. I don't know if I might have just not indicated this hair. I don't remember if I did or not. It depended probably. Probably if I was going quickly, I didn't. I'm trying to remember how I did this because I think it was something like that. And then let's see. Sometimes she does not have piercings, but it felt really. Sometimes we all just would give her piercings anyway. I think I did do this. Maybe, I don't know. And then her necklace, that was a really good indicator because she has like this like these layers of this necklace on her. Yeah. So that's like a quick Brooklyn. I'm trying to remember. Let's see. I think she might have had piercings in one of the concept arts, and maybe that's where we got it from. Yeah, she did have piercings in like her expression sheet, I think. But they didn't give her piercings on her model, but she feels like she should have piercings. I think a lot of us continued drawing it even after we saw renders come back. The artistic seal, actually her favorite color is yellow. Majengosaurus major, flower. Dinosaur for the win. Starmie, the use of yellow in the show is my Roman Empire, whether it's purposeful or not. Shadow Flame 611. I'm so happy to see Brooklyn sketches. Her designs are so amazing, honestly. Yeah, I recommend anyone who hasn't already... whoops. Let's see. I didn't mean to move that. Check out Will Nichols' Art Station. Well, I think he's posted them on his Instagram too, but I'm going to put them... I'm going to put the link in chat. Let's see. I really liked Brooklyn's hair in the flashbacks. Piercings, Brooklyn agenda. The choker fits her so well. It's so Brooklyn. Brooklyn is such a piercings girl. Brooklyn multiple piercings. Head candy will always have a place in my heart. Does Brooklyn the artistic seal says, does Brooklyn's shirt have any inspiration you know of? I'm trying to remember which shirt we have her. Is it? I think it's a Silent Dreams one. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know at all. Shadow Flame 611. Brooklyn is really piercing and tattoo coated. I agree. Pink Spaghetti. Hello. Bots recommended you. Well, thanks for coming. Ragnar Animation. I was curious if you had any tips for potential future storyboard artists looking to join the industry. Okay, I'll put a pin in that one. I'll get around to that. Starmie, she got hit by the blue hair and pronouns beam, and I love that for her. Nichols, Heidi permanently altering the way I draw the Chaos Theory Nublar 6. Sean, maybe if you and the other creators spam classic and contemporary movie suggestions to SK will spark an idea for a third show. Oh, the parakeet, finally I can talk. Yippee. Yeah, what was I saying? I was saying something. Oh yeah, on the character designs though, yeah, like there's one of my favorite things is that Will Nichols was able to post a lot of the alternate versions of the characters of their designs, and there's a lot of them that I really love, and I might draw some of those at some point in this stream, I'll just say. But yeah, so okay. Tips for potential future storyboard artists looking to join the industry. Yeah, I would say like definitely like learning to draw is the first one. Learning to draw quickly, like you can see, like learning to draw like you can see these drawings, they have more detail like with, well, not her, but because I did her quickly, but like you could see they have more detail with like the eyes and the expressions and stuff. But learning to draw and then learning like really quickly and coming up with basic shorthands for everything is a really helpful skill. Learning to draw expressions and indicating like moods through shorthands is also a really good skill. And so one of the things I also like when I was learning, I'll start drawing right now while I talk. When I was looking to break into the industry and I wanted to do storyboarding, I did I went to school originally for 3D animation because I originally thought I was going to be like a 3D animator. And then I realized that I could animate in 3D, but I really like drawing more. She has like a little more chat than, yeah, I usually draw Yaz like a little bit sharper. And then I realized I wanted to draw more than actually like just animating in 3D because you don't get to draw as much if you're animating. For Yaz, like I just do like a really quick, like her bangs. I just really quickly indicate her bangs. I wound up doing something similar with like Kenji's hair. If you look, they have really similar silhouettes. I kind of just shape his more and I kind of flare hers up a little more. But just to get like a somewhat different shape. But yeah, so I realized like, oh, like storyboard artists, they still get to draw like a lot. And you get to like plan everything. And I realized I also really liked planning. Yeah, like planning stuff for animation. And you get to do like acting and cinematography, and it's like way more involved in like a lot of the filmmaking stuff, which is one of the things I really love about it. As far as like how I got in, like so I went to school for 3D animation. My professors were kind enough to let me draw lots of stuff like do a lot of like 2D stuff and like storyboarding like assignments and things that were kind of a little outside the original curriculum. Like they had like a couple like they had one class offered at my school that was like pre-production design, and you did everything. You did like character designs and set designs and prop designs and storyboarding like all in like one semester, and then I think they expanded it to like a level 2 version of the class, and then that one you got to storyboard like a theoretically we were in there to learn how to storyboard, and we tried to storyboard like a short film for like the class animated film, and eventually we did get something, but it was yeah, it was interesting. But I basically wound up doing a lot of personal boards, like, and they weren't very good. My original ones weren't terribly great. You just have to pick some things to do. Like, you just like, I would say short things, like just be like, I'm going to board like a 2-minute, like scene or short. One of the pieces of advice I got like really early on was to try and like build a portfolio that included, let's see, an action scene, a comedy scene, and my mentor always said romance scene, but when she said romance scene, it meant like, I would say like a scene depicting like a dramatic relationship would also be like a good fit for that. Just so showing like, and when I say scene, I mean like something that has like a beginning, a middle, and an end. Like even if you have like an idea for like a larger like story that this scene could take place in, I would definitely recommend like looking at like studying story structure and writing too. And just yeah, like finding like at the beginning of the scene, like what is the dynamic between these two characters, what is the, and then like, oh, what is the conflict, and then how does it get resolved within this scene. If you can depict that in a board, that's like a really good that's a really good way to showcase like what you can do, if you've never, like if you're looking to break in. So the way, and then the other thing is, yeah, I would definitely, there's lots of, if you have the resources for it, I would say like, there's like a lot of online storyboarding classes, which is actually how a lot of my coworkers have broken into the industry. Fernando, I think he got his job with us on Chaos Theory because he was taking a class with our supervising producer Zaesung Kang, and Zaesung, he hires a lot of people. Yeah, he winds up hiring a lot of people from his classes, and I think there's definitely other teachers, like storyboard teachers, who definitely like they'll invest time in you if you can find a good one. And like a lot of people in the industry, they want to see other people succeed, and they want to like good people in the industry, I would say, they will try to like help each other out. And yeah, everyone who is like doing classes and things, they want you, they want to help you out. They want their students to succeed and get jobs in the industry. For Kenji, oh my gosh, his design drives me a little crazy because he's wearing these two jackets, and so this is how I like really quickly like indicated them, but oh my gosh, I do miss when he was just wearing just like the shirt. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Liv Stoodle says, yeah, is the shortest of the gang now. Oh my god. Yeah, I think she I think she's shorter by just like a hair. It's pretty close between her and Brooklyn. I know a lot of people think that they always seem to like get it in their head that Yaz is taller, but she's actually not that tall. Sean, she's Sammy's short queen. All the parakeet, yeah, she may be the shortest now, but she's the only one with proper therapy in this group. Sean, good point. Sammy's short and mentally healthy queen. Shadow Flame, Nublar 6 going to therapy could be seriously a new series. But yeah, I wound up, like, after graduating from college, I moved out here, and I didn't get a job immediately. I actually, I wound up spending a year, like, I had a portfolio, I had, like, a storyboarding portfolio, and I applied to a bunch of places, and, I had some contacts. I wound up going, like, getting some in contact with, like, recruiters at Lightbox. Oh, not like, it wasn't Lightbox. It was CTN, way back then. CTN, the last time I went, it was very small. I don't, and kind of sad. Not exactly, I think Lightbox is like the big one now. They can both be pretty expensive to go to if you're not in the area. So I think Lightbox does have like some online options, but like if you're seeing panels and things, but yeah, like there's other ways to get in contact with recruiters, and to make connections in the industry. But Yeah, so I wound up like basically working on my portfolio for like a year and just redoing it over and over. And I went to like portfolio reviews like once a month. Is another thing I found like there's like a group that did like portfolio reviews. I highly recommend like the Animation Guild. Sometimes like different crafts in the Animation Guild will offer portfolio reviews. So that's also a really a great resource, like to have check-ins with like professionals to have them look over your stuff. But oh, I love his jacket. Yeah, like where was I going with this? As far as like other advice goes, always be like open to feedback and criticism and like constructive criticism. And one really quick thing I will say for this goes for like anyone who's drawing anything. You can always like if this is the frame, you can always like I would always turn on like the safe zone, and always try and keep your characters, like have a good amount of space between your characters and the edge of frame, and be careful about how tight you get to the edge, and be careful about having important information too close to the edge, because you can make your shots feel a really common beginner mistake, and it's one that I was called out on really early on. Your shots can feel, well, hang on, let me actually do it like, let me copy this. And I would actually move. Your shots can feel like a little stifling if you have characters like just slightly too close to the edge. Like if these two characters were talking like this, this could feel kind of stifling because they're like so close to the edge, compared to like having a little more room. I would say like trying to get the eye line on the thirds is a good starting, like a pretty good starting point. I know some people who work with like the rule of thirds, like they can in Storyboard Pro. Let's see, can I don't know if I want to feel like opening up Storyboard Pro, but like if you study film and study how things are composed in film, I would study like Spielberg films. They're a pretty good starting point, honestly, because he's really good at framing and blocking all his characters. You'll start to see like whenever the characters are staged, a lot of times like important points of interest in the frame will be like right on one of the rule of thirds points, which is basically just like a grid that like dissects the frame kind of like this. And if you don't always have to do this, but you can see like here the way they are. It's just kind of stifling. Like they feel like the tension between their heads and the top of the frame is just really, really bad. So I would be very careful about how close to the edge of the frame you're getting, and like give them enough space, because sometimes also depending on the format, things can be cropped out, especially if it's like a wider screen format. Let me just. So like if a character, if you staged, this hurts. If you staged a character over here and they were like, look at this thing that I'm holding, this would be really bad staging. If they're holding it up like right over here, you'd want to frame them like, if it was really important, you'd probably want to frame them at least like here. And if there's a lot of space over here, if there's like something else or other people, maybe you might be like, you might stage it a little more like, look at this thing I'm holding. And there'd be room for it, and it would definitely not be cut off. And if you had like a crowd over here or something, it would be okay if it got cut off because the crowd's not important. But if there's something important, you don't want it to be cut off by the edge of the frame. If this got cropped, you'd be like, what are they talking about? So yeah, like giving your boards room to breathe. I would say like whenever you draw something, you can always, a lot of the times, I would always give like extra space around the frame, just to give like, and draw, to the edge of the frame in Storyboard Pro, because you can do that in Storyboard Pro, in case the editor like opens up your files, and is like, oh, actually, we might need to, the editor could, like, giving the editor, like, room to, like, play around with, oh, we might actually do it a little more like this, or a little more like that, or we might, do, like, change the angle of the camera. Like, there's a lot of things, that could be done, like, after you draw something, too. Yeah. Let me just double check chat. I've been talking for a while. Starmy, drawing Kenji drives me insane literally every time I want to put him in a jar and shake him. Oh, yeah. I can see that. All the parakeet. I literally cannot draw Kenji for the life of me. He always looks off, which sucks because I want to draw him so bad. He's just, like... He's actually pretty simple. He's still got, like, the same basic shape as his old design, but I would say, like, just to simplify him, he's got like this just really triangular chin, like to break it down into basic shapes, and just like to move his mouth up just a little higher, a little higher than normal, and then for the hair, it's yeah, like for hair I always do like a who am I influenced by for hair? I'm influenced a little bit like by kind of old, if you look at how older like 2D like Disney like men are drawn, like how their hair is drawn, I would recommend doing that, like to look for ways to shorthand hair. There's like some things I picked up, like sometimes I'll do a curve and sometimes I'll do like just like this kind of parallelogram shape. But you can see that it's just like, you can see if you just breaking down the shapes, it's just like, kind of like, his hair is kind of like a hexagon, that's just been like shaved off a little bit. But yeah. That's my advice for Kenji. And yeah, I guess that's quick shorthand for all of them. All the parakeet. Had a friend who flew out to Lightbox once a year. Definitely expensive. Yeah, especially if you have to fly out and get a hotel. Lives Doodles. This is all really good advice. Thank you. I'm taking notes. I'm glad. Fernando says the rule of thirds grid in Storyboard Pro 2022 is a lifesaver. Yeah, it really is. All the parakeet. Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous Kenji. Hair is a triangle. Chaos Theory Kenji. Everything but his hair is a triangle. Shadow Flame says I literally have the same Kenji haircut too. Yeah. All right. So that's let's see. I think I'm gonna move these down here. And I'm gonna take a drink really quick. Ragnar Animation. I feel like Storyboard Pro costs an arm and a leg. A lot of drawing programs do have, yeah, they do have like some, they either have like they're a subscription model that can be costly over time, or Storyboard Pro, you technically can buy a perpetual license, or I think there's a student version. And the student version is discounted. So if you're taking a class with someone, you can get like a discounted version, I believe. But I wound up buying a perpetual Storyboard Pro license because they technically provided us with licenses for work, but I didn't want to. I think we technically got a discount from work where you could just buy a perpetual license and get like 50% off or something, which was a lot because I think it's still, I think the perpetual, I don't remember if it's exactly 1,000. It's somewhere either above or below 1,000. But the thing is, you get it and you get to keep it and use it, which can't be said for things like Photoshop, which I'm still using Photoshop begrudgingly because I've been working in it for a very long time. I do recommend, if you can get out of Photoshop, go for it. Absolutely go for it. Like, use Procreate or use Clip Studio or something else. Because, yeah, it's an expensive subscription model for Photoshop too. And it's also, Adobe's not the best company. But yeah, I used to storyboard in Photoshop. Like on Camp Cretaceous, we storyboarded in Photoshop even. You can storyboard in anything that you can export, like PDF panels from. Because basically, like you can export like a sequence of images into a PDF, and then let's see, bumper car. Hi Heidi, love your storyboards. Oh, thank you. Welcome to the stream. Fernando says they only offer the student discount on the yearly subscription, unfortunately. Yeah, that sucks. I think you get like yeah. I'm definitely like, if you can get like an entry level program, like a cheaper program, you can still board in a program besides those. Like if you're trying to break in, once you get a job somewhere, well, I would say like you could probably get like they have free trials of Photoshop, right? Like you could probably do like a free trial and like learn the basics and then be able to say like, oh yeah, I know how to board in Photoshop. In Storyboard Pro. Just to have that like on your resume. But then I would say like you could probably do your boards in something else, like something cheaper, if you're trying to break in, and then that way you could save money because especially if you're not getting paid to do those boards, and you don't have access to like a cheaper license. That's definitely also an option. But yeah, the cost of entry to things, shaking my head. I think this, I'm gonna name this really quick. This was the warm-up sketch layer, lineup, and yeah, okay, this is where I was working. Let's see. What do I wanna draw? Well, I know. Let's see. I'm gonna grab something really quick for my reference board. I really love a lot of the alternate designs for the characters that Will Nichols I mentioned earlier. So I think I'm gonna draw some of them, because I've always thought that some of them would be really fun to draw. I'm gonna start out with Sammy, I think, because she has one of her alternate designs. It's one of my favorites. Yeah. Let's see. How does this size feel? Is that, yeah. Hang on a second. Be gone. Bumper car. I remember seeing the alternate designs for the first time. They were all such good ideas. Clearly had fun. Yeah. I might have. I'm trying to decide if I want to do this full body or not. I might just do it from the top. Normally if I'm doing something full body, I usually will start like with something more like this. As like a thumbnail. and then draw, and then make that bigger and then draw over it. I didn't do that here. No, as I was drawing, I was like, maybe how far do I want to take this? I really love this design where she's got this little like bandana and just like a little blue collared shirt. It's really cute. I feel like it's not very common for people to wear bandanas anymore. Except as more like a fashion accessory. I could see why they wouldn't have gone with this design, because it is probably a little too cutesy for like actually working on a ranch. But yeah, so whenever if I'm doing boards where like that are like close-ups, I'll probably put a little more effort into the eyes and the expressions, and I'll also struggle to get. Normally I won't. I'll also struggle to get the eyes looking a little less weird. Maybe I want her looking a little more like that. Yeah, something like that. It's good enough. It's so funny. I've been doing I haven't storyboarded in a while. I've been doing mostly like illustration, like freelance illustrations, and the kind of like drawing brain you use for illustration, like clean finished like paintings versus like sketches is so different. Yeah, I think this is starting to look a little like this design. Starmie. I love the designs in Chaos Theory so much. I know Ben is my favorite, but them keeping Sammy plus size is so special to me as a plus size person, especially since it's never used as a punchline. Yeah, I really like that she has like this larger body type, because I feel like it's much more realistic to have people of all different sizes rather than just have everyone be skinny and like the same body shape. Bumper car, I totally agree. Sammy is such a good character. She has her home problems, she's optimistic, plus size, and there's no jokes about her looks. She's just herself. Yeah. I want. I'm not gonna put too much detail in her hands right now. Yeah, it's pretty close. This design's interesting because, like, her... Let me see. So this was the... Let me copy this. Let me see. This was the design I was referencing. Specifically this one. And it's really interesting because, like, you can see that her hair... it's a similar shape. It wouldn't make much difference drawing. It's a similar shape to what her hair wound up being, but it's like from far away it's a similar shape. But when you get closer up, it's like, it's a little poofier and less sharp. But this is kind of how I already draw her hair, with the exception of how her bangs are, because it or the top of her hair is. Because I feel like a lot of us wound up, whenever we do Sammy shorthands, I feel like a lot of us wound up doing something like this with her bangs. But here, they kind of like twist over and then back. Oh, I see how it is. But then this is kind of similar. Okay. Sometimes when you're trying to figure out a design, if you draw over it, it suddenly makes more sense what you're trying to capture. Yeah. There we go. There we go. That's... And then it's still... Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty good little sketch. Oh, and she'd also, I guess, one thing I could add. I usually only very quickly indicate pants and shirt lines, but she's got her shirt tucked in, which is cute. She's got like a little belt buckle. Yeah. Ragnar says, I can't decide if the characters are early or mid-20s. They're early 20s. Sean, be awkward if it comes up in season 2. Bumper car. Ben's design jump is hilarious to me because he's the scrawny boy in Camp Cretaceous, but then in Chaos Theory, he's just a monster truck. Yep. Shadow Flame. Ben literally passed from Ben Twinkus to Ben Sequoias. Starmy. I adore Sammy's design, but I will forever mourn the bandana and side part. Yeah, it's such a cute bandana. It's a really, the colors are really nice on her too. But I like how her design turned out with her hair and the colors and the jacket and everything. Who knows? Maybe this is an outfit she still owns and wears sometimes, just not right now. Starmy. Sammy for president. D. Adalog. Hello. Hello. Sammy on the screen. Yeah. . Yeah, the bandana was so cutesy. Okay, next, let's see. Gotta grab, oops, I don't want that one. Gotta grab another. Ooh, who to draw from? Okay. This one has so many to choose from. As far as alternate designs go. Oh, this is tough. I really like, okay. One of these just looks like JD. It's really funny. I didn't notice. I think, okay, I think I'm gonna do a combination for this next one. Because some of these are just outfit variants, and the outfit variant I really like. It's kind of just on top of the hair that she already has. But yeah, I think, okay, I'm gonna combine a couple things here for this one. How am I thinking for this? Yeah. This one I do need to go out a little more. Let's to fully get what I'm going for. I wasn't gonna. Maybe I will. I don't know. This is how I usually draw storyboard feet, just kind of loosely indicated. What is this shape? It's like a just flat, kind of upside down triangle, and then bumper car. I'm convinced Sammy only owns boots. That might be true, honestly. I'm from Texas myself, and I definitely know some people who only wear boots. Especially if they are like working, if they work on a ranch, or they like are really into like the cowboy aesthetic. Some people do only wear boots for sure. I wear quite a few boots myself. cowboy boots and also more like non-cowboy boots. But yeah, they're pretty comfortable. They last a long, they cost a bit, especially for getting like real leather ones. But if you get like real leather ones, they last a long time. They're really good for like working in. So yeah. Dialog. Honestly, I loved so many of the concept designs for the Nublar 6. The idea of Ben doing a bench press SpongeBob plushy weight style is sending me. Dialog for Brooklyn and Yaz especially. Yeah, they have some really cute ones. Ghost Kid 27, hello. I think a bandana could have some kind of practical use, like to stop sweat or something. Some people wearing a bandana wearing a bandana like this is not as practical as if you. I don't have a bandana with me, but my uncle wears a bandana when he's working sometimes, but he does it to keep the sun off of his neck. This is not very practical. Like the way she's wearing it is not very practical for keeping the sun off of her neck, because it's totally twisted around the way you would like an ascot. What she's wearing it more like ascot style. If you see like it's my uncle wears one. He'll wear it like he'll tie it so that it's more like there's a triangle on the back of his neck, like so that it's covered. Or he'll like just straight up he'll take the whole thing and he'll put it under his hat and then just have it like covering his neck. Like stopping sweat, like I could see some people maybe using it for that. The way she's wearing it feels more like she's doing like kind of like a Daphne Blake, like looking cute with it kind of aesthetic to me. Bumper car. What was your favorite alternate design for the others if you have one? I really like Brooklyn's glasses designs. Yeah, Stormy. Also, to be frank, I see Sapphics wearing bandanas on the daily, so I mean, I like a good bandana, a good ascot, scarf. Her hooves. Sean, I'm so stupid. I keep forgetting you're using actual real professional tools, and I imagine trying to do this with a mouse. Oh, no. There's some people who can draw with a mouse, and they're monsters. But most people, what I draw with is I have this, oh God, how old is this now? I got this in college, so I think it's nearly 10 years old. I have this 10-year-old Wacom, like, drawing monitor. And I draw with like the tablet pen. It is also quite an investment to get like a drawing monitor like this, where it's like you're drawing directly on the screen. There's a lot cheaper options that are like within the $100 range, where you're just drawing on like a tablet that's connected to the computer. Which is what I started out with. And I still use it sometimes if I'm traveling. There's some people who actually prefer to draw like that. Starmy, I missed the bandana on her head, and I will forever draw that. Yeah. Liv Studios, I'll forever mourn the glasses. Yeah, Brooklyn blind agenda. Yeah. It's so weird. Wearing glasses is like one of the most common, like, it's so common to have to wear glasses. And it's so rarely like depicted normally, I feel like. And a lot of media, well, I know why it's rarer for people to wear glasses as often as they do normally in movies and television, live action movies and television than in real life. It's because there's oftentimes like a glare on glasses that picks up. And so it's like more annoying to film. So a lot of times, that's like why if it can be avoided, they just don't usually give characters glasses unless it's like, they're trying to like do something specific with a character and glasses become part of like the design. But in animation, I feel like it doesn't make as much sense to not have people casually wearing glasses. Liv Zoodles, I don't understand why they took that out. There's no way all of the Nublar 6 have 20/20 vision. Where's our shitty vision rep? I know, right? Blind as the aloe. All the parakeet, you gotta use the curved line tool in MS Paint and taper the lines manually with a white line. That's the key. I mean, yeah, just become a pixel artist and no big deal. No, I think a lot of times pixel artists actually some of them use like drawing tablets too. They don't, I think you don't actually normally do every single pixel individually. Bumper car, I now draw Brooklyn with those glasses. I wish she kept them, but I understand why they didn't. Ghost Kid, yeah, that makes more sense to keep the sun out. I definitely imagine them being worn the triangle way more, but I'm not very fashion brained. It is a good character detail the other way. Yeah, I think the only thing that could make this better is if, well, you'd have to change her hair, but if you gave her a hat, like a cowboy hat, yeehaw, that would be the ultimate cowboy Sammy. Because I definitely will wear, when I'm out in the sun, I'll definitely wear a cowboy hat. Starmary, I like to imagine B was like me in middle school where she refused to wear glasses till she literally had to see. Well, for me, I didn't actually need glasses until I was in high school. I didn't even notice that I had bad vision. Like I was starting to get worse and worse vision until I got to high school and I realized things are like blurrier than they should be far away. It was like really gradual though. And then it was finally like, oh, like I think I borrowed like my cousin's glasses or something. I was like, oh, it got the things far away got clearer. Oh, maybe I should see someone about this. So I did, and I like glasses aesthetic. It's good. Personally, I miss Diadolic says, personally, I miss Brooklyn's bleach blonde pixie the most. Yeah, that one's really cute. Starmie, cowboy hat, Sammy agenda. God, yeah, blonde. Ghost Kid 27. Glasses can be a bit tricky to animate at certain angles, but they're worth it for the character. I would say that is true. I would say that's true for 2D animation especially, but in 3D, I think the only thing with 3D is like you might run into like a problem with like rendering rendering at certain angles and light and stuff, but like there's already so many scenes where there's glass like from windows or cars, like it's, yeah, I don't know. You could also do a lot of really artistic things with glasses if you have the right team. So, oh well. Okay, we're gonna, yeah. So you see what I'm doing here is I'm doing something called drawing through, where I've drawn the under. I was planning to draw this over the body, but I instead of just drawing it straight, in order to kind of see like this how the structure of everything would play out, I drew the body first, and then drew this coat that I was planning to put on this character. And that way, theoretically, you have a good base structure. How is this, let's see. It is like, trying to figure this out. I've never drawn this before. I think it's like this. It's kind of angled a little bit. It's also very rough, a very rough design. Okay. This isn't quite it, but I'm not, I'll do like a couple more. Something like that. This is going to be okay, and oh, I was gonna do, okay, trying to figure out this hairstyle that I was gonna pick. I think it's, oops, gonna be like, all right. combining two different Yaz alternate designs. Combining this long trench coat with this this really swoopy kind of hair and lower down ponytail that wasn't an option for her hair. She looks kind of like she's a professor with the turtleneck and everything. I really like her in a turtleneck though. I think it's really she looks really cozy. Stormy and Dialog say the bisexual trench coat and the bisexual turtleneck and the bisexual stance. Yeah. Rocky Bumper Car says rocking that Dr. Wu outfit. Stormy says forehead reveal. Yeah, I guess so. Well, I guess Yaz had she had some of her forehead, like she didn't have full bangs in Camp Cretaceous. She just kind of had like a side fringe. How am I feeling about this leg? The way it's covering the leg, it's a little... I think it might go higher. Just slightly higher. I'm not sure. Okay, I think she's just still wearing like her like little trainers. And then she's got like kind of like these longer cuffed pants that I'm just gonna very quickly indicate. Something like that. I almost want... It's my drawing. I could do. I'm being indecisive about the trim on this. Like maybe there's a slight breeze or something. That's... What did I hit? I don't want that. Okay, there we go. That's a pretty good little sketch. Oh, I did change the name of the stream, Fernando. I don't know why it didn't update. Oh, there it goes. For some reason, it didn't update the first time I clicked that. Well, okay. Thanks for letting me know. Bumper Car says, I just realized both our outfits together remind me of the first Jurassic movie. Maybe that's why I was drawn to these. Fernando says, and I mean, that happens all the time to me and other streamers. Yeah. I wish I don't understand why it automatically like saves the last one. And it's like, okay, you're streaming and you're doing the same thing you did. I mean, I guess I could see why some people would want that, but like, I don't know. There should be an option to turn that off, I feel like. Starmy says, I owe my life to whoever gave Yaz Bang. She's so pretty. Shout out to women. Women make the world better. Okay. Let's move on to someone else. Let's see, who am I gonna draw next? Just keep these up while I'm looking. Brooklyn. Yeah, let's maybe do Brooklyn. She's got so many good options. But I think I already know which one I want to do. I think one of the other things about her, she's got some really fun like color options too. For her alternate designs. I'm gonna take a sip. Oh, you know she's gonna have glasses. Actually, before I do that, I'll show you the Yaz designs that I was looking at, because I forgot to do that. So I really like. I understand why we didn't do this, and I understand why we want. Whoop, that went off the page. I understand why we wound up going for, this wasn't her exact design, but it was something closer to this, because I love this trench coat. The coat look, it's so good on her, but that would have been so... Oh, I guess I did do this one. I like this. Okay. I'm not coloring this right now, but if I colored it, I'd color it this one. I like the tan on her a little more than this brown. I basically drew this one essentially. But yeah, like it would have been more difficult to have this coat animated and have it actually look good. So that's probably why we did not do that design. I'm gonna throw out a ballpark guess. Just looking at it, I can already imagine all the problems that we would have run into if she'd had that coat the whole time. And the something similar with her hair. Like I love this hair, but on when she the longer bangs in front could have, like, they're a little shorter here, so it's a little more manageable. These longer swoopier bangs in the front, they could have also been a little more of an issue to animate. And then the bun is way easier than having like the full ponytail. Like she did have a ponytail in Camp Cretaceous, but whenever you have hair, oh, and also that's why it's definitely not down. We definitely would have done it down, to have her like be a character who's like gotta run and do all sorts of active stuff, like running away from dinosaurs and people trying to kill them. Because most you'll notice all the girls, they do not have, if they have long hair, it's always tied up. And if they have their hair down, it's always shorter, so it doesn't, there isn't as much like that would become an issue in 3D television animation. So like in Camp Cretaceous, like Yaz had her hair tied up and she only had like a short fringe and like the ponytail. The long ponytail was like a little, I think sometimes I definitely noticed, like every once in a while it'd be like, oh no, then maybe we shouldn't have like done it like that, because it can get a little awkward if you don't have enough time to animate something like long hair like that. And then Brooklyn, of course, had her hair tied up in a bun. Sammy had shorter hair. And then in this show, similarly, everyone, they tried to do it like shorter hair. But yeah. Glasses, we won. Yeah, we're gonna do glasses. Soccer mom, yes. So Starmy. Bumper car says the way most of them have jackets. Fernando says, wow, these are looking so good. Crop top Yaz. I do love crop top Yaz. I really like her final design that they picked, honestly. I think it looks really good on her. And she looks really cute with the crop top. Dialog says, the last one with the blazer and the purple button up. It's one of my faves. That one is also really cute. Yeah. I also, the capri, I think they wound up going with like a more of like this capri cut on her. And I think they're rolled on their final, which I also think is very cute. Dialog, the crop top makes her, oh, I love how none of these designs have, Stormy says, I love how none of these designs have long socks. All the ankles are out. Yeah, well, I mean, she seems like the kind of person who'd wear like those short runner socks where they'd be totally in the shoe. And Dialog says, the crop top makes her look her age, early 20s, but she just looks so good in the last one. Yeah. That's her job interview look. Stormy says, yeah, I think my main issue with the other designs was they did make her look older. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that for sure. But I don't know, like sometimes people can be like chameleons and they can you just do an outfit change and it just changes how everyone perceives you. Bumper Car says, in the Darius designs, doesn't he have longer hair in some of them? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has slightly different styles. We'll get to him eventually. Silver the Love Bug. Hello. I miss Sammy's butch haircut. Oh, yeah, she has some... let's see. Yeah, she has some... I like her other... Whoops. She has some other really fun cuts, too. And whenever they were playing around with having her keeping the ribbon in her hair, some of those were cute, but I kind of like that they took the ribbon out. I think it would have worked maybe for something like this, or the bandana. I think some of the ribbons, though, they'd make her look a little too young, which is, I think, probably why they took it out. Liz Metanam says, what was the idea with everyone wearing jackets in Chaos Theory? It's September, or like the end of September, early October. So it's fall, and they're all, it's chilly, especially at night in the fall in the United States. Yeah, Stormy says, I think maybe because it's October, pretty chilly. Stormy says, I totally forgot runner socks are a thing. I'm a knee socks kind of fella. Yeah, I usually like taller socks too, because most of my pants, I'm so tall, I'm really tall, so most of my pants wind up coming up like, they wind up looking like capris, even if they're not supposed to be capris. And I'll try to do like higher socks sometimes, especially if I'm wearing boots. But sometimes I do have some like runner socks, and if I run out of my higher socks, I'll just wind up going with the runner socks and looking like I'm wearing high waters. Yeah, it just depends. Just depends on, whoops. Okay. Oh yeah. It's time to draw Brooklyn. Okay. I think I might do two, or like I might do one and then I'll do like an alternate one, just because I really like the hair on one of them. But just trying to decide how I want to draw her really quick, like an idea. Yeah, okay, something like that. Okay, we've, I feel like Sammy should be exempt from. Silver the Love Bug says, I feel like Sammy should be exempt from the jacket rule because it gets hot in Texas even in the fall. Like it's August now and I am dying. um, I will. Well, as someone who's also from Texas, I, I would definitely still wear. I'd still wear long sleeves even in the heat if I was working outside, and I also if it was the evening, it can get chillier, and I'd probably still. Texas is one of those places where um, it'll it can get down to like the 50s at night, and then it'll be like 100 degrees the next day, and you're just like, why do none of my clothes work for the weather? Like I try to pick out an outfit, and by the time it gets to midday, like I have to change all my clothes completely. At least I remember that happening to me a lot, especially when I was like in high school. um so it probably just depends. I think September, October, like yeah, it could still be hot. It's still hot in August. August is probably like the hottest time in Texas, but it's not August. It's not August in the show. Brooklyn, my wifey time, says Shadowflame. Liz says, will you draw with or without her arm? For now, we're doing her design, like, we're doing the designs for Flashback Brooklyn. So, the alternate designs for Flashback Brooklyn. So, it will be with her arm. I'll draw her without her arm in a bit when I draw the characters normal. I'll do some other drawings of the characters normal. Dialog, hate to leave so soon, but I gotta bounce. Might be back later though. Everyone's looking great so far. Oh, thank you for stopping by. Glad you could stop by even if it was just for a bit. Okay. I was trying to make Brooklyn's face just a little rounder than Yaz's. Just for contrast. One of the things in storyboarding, like if you're since this is more of like a semi-realistic like it's still a little cartoony, but it's like the style is still kind of like more semi-realistic proportions, like as opposed to something where all the characters have like completely different like really different body shapes, like really exaggerated like different body shapes, like that are more cartoony. Like I used to work on the animated, of course it's animated. I used to work on the television adaptation of The Croods. And for that show, all the characters like had like completely unique body shapes. So you could draw this like really quick and be like, that's Grug, and you could draw like this and be like, that's Eep. You can tell that's Eep because of the hair and the body shape. Or you could be like, oh, Gran has a similar hair to Eep, but she's a little spindly old lady and she carries this big stick. And she's a little wilder. So it was very easy to like really quickly differentiate like the body types that way. But in a show like Camp Cretaceous, where the characters are not so stylized, like from far away, like there are some slight differences. Like if you're not looking at the colors, and if you're not looking at the colors, if you're just looking at like the designs by themselves, you have to start looking at like smaller things that are like smaller things between them that you can use to differentiate them in line art, like their hair, like looking at like the the really subtle differences in their heights or body types. And then even when you get into like even more like, oh, what can I take from like these face shapes, and how can I like exaggerate this a little bit, to try and sell like, oh yeah, it's this character and not that one, because they do kind of like some of their features are like a little more similar because it's more subtle. So whenever I'm like, oh, I kind of want to like just push this a little bit and push that a little bit there. That's what I'm thinking of, when I'm boarding. Whenever I draw characters like this, whenever I'm boarding characters like this who do have more similarities in their body types, because they're not just cartoony. If that all makes sense. So that's why like, whenever I thumbnail like the Camp Cretaceous kids, like, a lot of the times it would be like, I have a really similar like base, a really similar base body type, so I can just copy and paste all of these, but then I differentiate them by like going like, oh, like you could see this is Camp Cretaceous Kenji because he's got this hair, or like, oh, like this is Darius because he's got his necklace, and so on and so forth. But yeah, so that's just a little side thing as I'm thinking. Shadow Flame says, here in Italy now can be hot until the first days of October, and despite being warm weather, folk, it's too much. Idle Compy, do you know if there are any alternate designs for post-attack Brooklyn? I don't know if I can share that. And I also don't remember exactly. So you'll have to wait and see. Maybe we'll release, if there were any major alternate designs. Because I think some of the elements from her alternate designs, they kind of some of them morphed into what her, like the idea of having super short hair, like the pixie cut, that wound up getting incorporated into her post-attack design. But yeah, I don't know exactly. Nautical Noe, hello! Is this Noelle? Popping in to say hi, Heidi. So cool seeing you stream art. Yeah, I'm trying it out. Noelle was one of the production. Well, I think you're still on it, right? You're still on Chaos Theory. He's one of the production assistants. Yeah, I'm just drawing some of the alternate designs of the characters for fun that Will did, because they're so fun. Okay. Noah says, and it's me, and still on for a few more weeks. Oh, man. Oh, it's so sad. Everyone's rolling off. Ghost Kid 27 says, yeah, that's a great tip to keep in mind for designing shows that are faster to thumbnail out. Love Crudes. Yeah. Yeah, a few people I know. JD Chen, she's one of my really good friends. We met we were both board artists on the Crudes originally, and then we both moved on to Chaos Theory together. And then our lighting supervisor also came from the Crudes. Some of our production assistants also came from the Crudes TV show, Crudes Family Tree. But Yeah, the lighting in the show, oh my gosh, it looked so good. And oops, oh no. Hang on. I might have to restart Photoshop because it's giving me a glitch where I only have my mouse and yeah, hang on. I'm gonna have to close this for a second. I'm just gonna move this in the way for now. Let me just restart this. Photoshop. But yeah, there's a lot of shows where there's a lot of shows though that I would say that the you don't always have to have like really dramatic differences between your character designs, because like depending on the style, like for Chaos Theory, for Chaos Theory it didn't like it would have looked weird if they had like the Crude's like level of variety in their character designs, you know what I mean? Because it wasn't the style. And there's lots of shows where like a semi-realistic style is definitely more the standard. Like, and if you look at anime and how like characters are designed for that, it where you start looking to exaggerate and like contrast things, it's it can be much, you'll start looking at things that are much more subtle. But okay, I think, yeah, we're back. Bumper car. I hate hearing that people. Oh, yeah. Oh, Noelle says we miss you. So empty in the office now. Yeah. Oh, I think Daco went to visit the other day. She said she went to visit the other day. Bumper car says I hate hearing people are leaving. You guys have done and are doing so amazing. Aw, yeah. Here's hoping something else comes along. Ghost Kid says, I've been getting that mouse holding glitch in Photoshop too. Annoying. Yeah, it happens like every so often. I don't know if it's just like if you cycle through like commands too quickly every once in a while, it's just like, you want me to do what? I don't, and then you have to be like, okay. Anyway. Okay. Whenever I draw a character with glasses, my tip is to always draw the glasses on another layer so that you always this is the most of the time I'll draw everything on the same layer, but if there's glasses involved, drawing it on another layer will help you so that you don't get your glasses lines mixed up with like the eyebrow lines or the eye lines, and then if you need to change anything, like if you draw an eye and you mess up, you don't accidentally erase the glasses too. She's got like these, she had like these big, I guess if it's this close it would kind of overlap a little bit. Big round glasses. And then you can do this to get it just right. This might be a little wider. I really like this really subtle, like, peach fuzz, like, pixie cut variant she has. Oh, oops, I'm still drawing on the glasses layer. Get out of here. There we go. It's just like a little shorter than what she wound up getting for her post-accident design. Bumper Car says Brooklyn and her English teacher era. And then gotta have the piercings, of course. All the parakeet. Oh, I miss the sound of Control Z when I had a laptop to draw. Sorry if it's a little too loud, but yeah, I have a pretty loud keyboard. Silver the Love Bug. I feel like with all the screen time blue light Brooklyn has consumed, she really does need glasses. Yeah, right? That's probably why I had to get glasses. She's on that darn phone too much. Silver the Lug Bug. Any female born after 1993 can't cook. All they know is McDonald's, charge their phone, twerk, be bisexual, eat hot chip and lie. Noah says, gotta head out to stream myself. He got me for another 25 minutes. Ooh. Hope your stream goes well too. Solar System 3 says, in another universe, Brooklyn is the blue hair and pronouns coffee barista you'd trust with your life and your order. Absolutely. Noah says Brooklyn's looking so sad. I'm trying to go for, I don't know what expression I'm going for exactly with her. Hello, Stormy says, hello, I'm back. Welcome back. Shadow Flame says, "You're making my night, Heidi. I'm jumping like a happy cat seeing Brooklyn, glasses and piercing." I'm giggling. I'm so glad. I feel like I'm just putting everyone's hand on their hip for these. But it's kind of hard not to because I'm looking at the designs that they all have their hands on their hips. So I think that's probably why I'm just like, oh, what pose should I do? Oh, this pose looks good. Love this one. I know a lot of people love how like her flashback looks in the show. And I think it like the design turned out really like it looks really beautiful when it's rendered, I think. Like, cause looking at it like this, it looks fine like this, but whenever it's like lit and rendered and fully animated, it looks really beautiful. But, to be perfectly honest, I was really excited whenever I saw her design, like, her post-accident design. I was like extremely excited for us to get to that one where she has even like the shorter pixie cut. I was like counting the days to that design. Short hair Brooklyn is, man, she wasn't my she didn't have my favorite design in Camp Cretaceous exactly. I think she was just a little too pink. I wish there had been maybe, like, I get that it was like part of her look, but I wish that she'd had like, this is okay. I wish she'd had like a little more variety in it. But yeah, the moment she got short hair, it was like, oh yeah, this is my new favorite character. Noelle says, Brooklyn when she sees how much money an English teacher makes. Yeah. Bumper Car says, glad to know the storyboarders are on the Brooklyn piercing agenda. Yeah. It's the pose. They're sassy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys get it. Zolar says, I know a character ref sheet hates to see the hands on hip pose coming. I feel like most of our character reference sheets do have, if they're not Y posing, a lot of the times they do have the hand on the hip just so there you can see how the fabric would bend for like design purposes if they have like sleeves or something. Or if they have pockets, like to show that they can put their hands in their pockets. Bumper Car says the flashback Brooklyn hair gave cotton candy and I love it. Yeah, when it's rendered it does look very like edible. Kind of. Lives Doodle says, speaking of Kenji poses, the pose they chose for his standard render in Camp Cretaceous is so funny to me. Unsure if the crew knows, but Dino Twitter started affectionately calling him I Kenji, and every time I think of him, I giggle. I think I know exactly which render you're talking about. I Kenji has been around since Camp Cretaceous Season 1. It's a classic. Stormy says, I've never thought about the hand on hip showing clothes bending. I just do it by default. It can be useful, like, for certain designs. I'm glad there's some fun fandom memes that everyone has enjoyed. Oh, I need to look at how do you hold a phone? I'm just like, how do you hold a phone? I need to set. I have a mirror. I set up like I have like this giant mirror at my desk, but I set up this new display that kind of covers the mirror. I used to have like a little mirror that I'd put on that I'd put at my desk whenever I needed to reference how, like, really quickly, like, how do hands work again? But I need to reset that up, I think. Because I have this giant mirror, but, like, I have so much equipment in front of it now that I can't see exactly the angles I need. Hang on a sec. I've drawn her holding her phone 1,000,000 times, and every single time, and literally, like, we were just like the holding phone show, I feel like, and I still am like, how do you draw someone holding a phone again? Okay, this is just for reference purposes, something like that. Okay. I'm surprised. Well, I'm not surprised, but I'm glad I'm able to draw at all while people are watching me. I remember one time I don't know if they're ever gonna do anything with it, but one time they actually filmed us drawing on Chaos Theory. While we were working on season 2. I remember the scene I was working on. They told us it was going to be for, like, some internal, like, some, like, internal promotional video or something. I don't know if that's what if it did wind up getting used for that, or what. She's got, like, a huge phone. This phone is a little too big. It's like a giant Android or something. I guess I have a giant Android. That's probably why. Yeah, they were like, would anyone like to volunteer to get filmed? And I volunteered myself mostly because I wanted, I thought I had this really crazy desk set up. You could see all the toys I've collected. A lot of those used to be at my office desk. I had a really cool desk set up, and I was like, oh, it'd be cool, like, if it got filmed. But the problem was, I think that there were a lot of things I had up at my desk, like, memes and stuff that maybe, they couldn't get cleared to show, they couldn't get cleared to show without, like, having to blur out, like, everything. I don't know. So I don't think that footage is ever gonna see the light of day. I don't know what happened to it. But I remember, like, they wanted to film me, like, while I was drawing, and I remember, like, specifically, like, going, like, oh, I gotta get, like, I spent, like, the whole day, like, working on a sequence to get ready to, like, draw, like, to make it look, I spent, like, a little more time making it look good than I would normally spend, like, on a regular sequence that I was just turning in, because I knew it was gonna, they were gonna film me, like, while I was, like, drawing, or, like, whoops, like, pretending to be, like, in the process of drawing it. And I remember being really stressed out, just like, oh, don't think about how you're being filmed. And they had, like, they set up, like, these big lights, like, over my desk, and I was like, are we done yet? Are we done yet? Oh, God. Oop, the chat is, I have not been paying attention to chat. Apologies if I don't read everything out loud, because there's, like, a lot of conversations happening in chat. I'm glad everyone's having fun in chat. Let's see. Liz Doodle says, every time I see that render of all of them together, I laugh because everyone's smiling and Darius looks so serious and dramatic. Liz Medianam says, if Yaz dressed up as an avocado costume, what was Sammy's costume? I don't know. Maybe Sammy came as toast. Oh yeah, Starmy says toast. Yeah, that would make sense, right? A couple's costume? Well, the parakeet says, phone so big you can read her messages from the second floor. I have a pretty big phone myself. I have, like, what is it, Galaxy Note. It's a Galaxy Note something. I don't remember the number. I can never remember the numbers on phone releases. Mostly because it has a terabyte worth of storage space on it. And I was like, I need something that can hold a lot of data. But I do like being able to, like, read everything. Liz says, is Brooklyn an iPhone or an Android user? I don't know. I could see points for both for different reasons, I guess. Whoops. That is one thing. The only drawback to having glasses on a different layer is if you need to rotate something in Photoshop, you have to remember they're on a different layer. Yeah, I guess that does go to the edge. if I was storyboarding this, I would just turn this drawing in and not worry about how rendered her hands were. I get very, like, I'm very much like, what can I get away with when I'm storyboarding hands? I'm making a little effort. What was that at? It's like... almost how I feel about having to draw characters driving cars. Phones were a mistake. Maybe I will keep it loose. I don't know. It's fine. Solar System 3 says, I guess you could say she was Texas Toast. Laugh track plays. Yes, that's good. Liz says, who came up with the costume idea, Sammy or Yaz? I don't know. I'm glad everyone has had a good time with memes on on the show. Okay. How much room did I give myself? I can't quite fit 6 here. I might just canvas size expand to 40. Heh. Oh, I might need to lower these two because they're the shortest ones. Lives Doodle. Sorry, Heidi, we were reminiscing on our old fandom memes over here. I figured. No worries. I'm glad everyone's having a good time. Okay. Did I forget anything from this? Oh yeah, I was also gonna draw... oh yeah, I did forget her belt. Okay. I was also going to really quickly draw this alternate one. Come here, glasses. The other hair I really like that wound up not getting used is this this other pixie cut where it's kind of shaved on the sides and then it's like this would have been hard to storyboard probably. I like how it looks, but capturing it really quickly. I don't know if I'm going to do this justice exactly. It's like shaved on the sides and then it's like swept forward. I've had haircuts like this before, similar to this. Yeah, that's kind of, yeah, that's looking like it a little bit. I do know thanks for nothing, Democratic California. Starmy says, I had her exact hair in middle school when I first started questioning my gender, I fear. You know the meme. I know, listen, I know about that. I know about that one. Yeah. I will say though, if that guy, you know who I'm talking about, if that guy like follows you or anything, just block him and don't interact with them. I know it's funny. I know a lot of people think it's funny, like, to troll him back, but, just block him and don't interact, because he... Because if you interact with him, it just, like, he just keeps going. It's better to just say goodbye. Okay. So, the designs that I referenced, of course. Whoops. Hate it when that happens. These are the alternate Brooklyn designs. I really like this one. I like how she looks with like the short like buzzed blonde hair. But this is the other one. I think this one's also really cute. But really, she looks cute, like, with all these, like, hairstyles. I think the only one... I like this hairstyle too, but I think it's the only one that doesn't say Brooklyn to me, quite. I think it's just because, like, the ponytail reminds me of Yaz. of Yaz's older design. But yeah, there's so much fun. They did so many fun things, exploring like how she changed like as she got older. Noelle's heading out. Have fun, Heidi. Thanks for stopping by, Noelle. Shadow Flame says this girl being the non-binary pride walking around. She's got some really great fun looks. Yeah, Liv still says he hasn't been around for a while. Last I've seen him, he said he was dropping Chaos Theory because of Yasemi. So good riddance. Yeah, good riddance. Stormy says short brown hair B. Yeah, like these alternate ones with the alternate colors. This one, I will be frank. This one reminds me of Roxanne Ritchie. I think it's just like the dark brown hair. It's not quite the same cut, but it reminds me. It reminds me of it somehow from Megamind. Shadow Flame. She knows how to wear every hairstyle perfectly. That bottom right headshot is speaking to me. Her hair, kind of, like, this hair, it kind of does look a little more almost like this. Like when it's shot. I don't know. Liz, does Brooklyn always like dyeing her hair, or will she ever have brown hair? I don't know. She definitely likes to dye it, that's for sure. I think it would be cool if she did go with her natural hair, but she's definitely she's gotten too lost in the sauce. She's got to dye it, man. Okay. I might take like a 5 or 10 minute break, and then we can do some of the boys. Do the boys next. If that sounds good. Let's see. I'm just gonna. I'll till 4. Yeah. So I think I want to grab like a little snack and get up and stretch my legs a little bit because I'm getting a little restless. Be back at 4 p.m. Oh, I'll be. Okay. I will see you all in a moment. I'm just gonna turn that off and mute myself. I'll be back. Okay. I am back. I have my caffeine. And I had a little snack, and I brought like a couple other things to snack on the side. Hello everyone. Yeah, I'm seeing the chat went. I'm glad everyone's having fun in the chat while I was gone. Oh my gosh. I think that might be too hot to drink. Oh, I want caffeine so bad. Okay. Oh yeah, I was also gonna say, like, thanks to everybody for joining me on the stream and for following and stuff. I got a bunch of new followers today, which is great, because the only thing I've streamed before is just putting together Legos to test streaming. But it's really nice to already get some folks on here. Shadow Flame. Wow, just in time from washing my teeth, putting pajamas on for the night, ready for the boys. Yeah. Live Studios. Heidi, you say crew chats go insane. Now you've seen a little of how the fan chats go. Normally it's worse than this. I mean, I've been in fandoms myself, so I know what happens. I'll say, like, yeah, it seems pretty standard to me. You guys are having fun. You have all your memes and jokes and all your fun, crazy memories. All the parakeet says, Heidi, I love your shirt. I just noticed it. Oh, thank you. Yes, I've had this shirt for a while. It's also, it's a crop top. Technically. It's a fun look. Yeah. I'm so tall, I usually have to wear like an undershirt with a crop top, like a cropped undershirt with a crop top. Otherwise it just looks like I'm wearing just like a bra. Stormy, it's so much worse than this. There's some things we talk about in our crew chats that will never see the light of day. That is probably a good thing. I've seen things, so I'm not too like, oh man, these people are. Nah, you guys are fine. Silver the Lugbug says, came here from Mango's reblog. Aw. All the parakeet says, I wish I had a Discord so I could be just chaotic. I think that's great that you guys have your own Discord and everything. That's fun. And Zoller says Mango's art is so delicious. Yeah, Mango is a great artist. There's a lot of you are like, I recognize some of your usernames. Yeah, a lot of you are really great artists. All of us on in the story team, at least, we enjoy whenever fan art's made. It's always very fun for us too. Oh, someone just yesterday, I think I took that picture at the Natural History Museum, and I was with some of the Chaos Theory crew at the Natural History Museum. I took that one picture of they're not even alive. It's the taxidermied lions from like the Africa section of the Natural History Museum. I was taking this picture not even for like any. I was taking this picture because I'd just seen the Lion King, like the Mufasa trailer, and I was gonna make a joke. I was gonna make a joke about that, but then I accidentally got this angle, and all of us lost it at the museum. Someone already did like, someone already did like, I posted it online, and then someone already did like a redraw with like Ben and Sammy and Yaz already. It's really incredible. Oh. Yes, a lot of you saw that. Yeah, Sammy and their third wheel. It literally is, though. Yeah, chaos theory artists on Tumblr are insane so fast. And so incredibly talented. Yeah. All the parakeet. I was gonna draw a dino version and I haven't yet. I kind of almost want to draw my own version. Maybe I'll do that later. We'll see. Okay, let's get through the boys alternate designs. And I think I saw someone in the chat suggested doing Ben first, and I think that's a great idea. I love drawing Ben. Okay. Do we have enough room? We have enough room to draw Ben here. Okay. Because he's like a... He's like about half a head taller than Sammy. Okay. Alright, let's find Ben's design. We love Monster Truck Ben. Okay, I like Ben's... I like how Ben's design turned out, I think, but there's one that makes me laugh. So I think I'm gonna do that one, and then I might... Okay, I'm gonna actually do a couple things here, because there isn't the version of him with, like, the really long hair, and okay. Okay, hang on. Give me a second. I'm gonna find something for my own personal reference. I'm probably not gonna be able to share it because I don't think the full thing in a higher resolution was shared online, so I'm not gonna share it just to be safe, but I'm gonna reference one of his alternate outfits, and then I'm also gonna reference his really long hair from the old concept art. Okay. Where are you? Because I have that. Oh, don't do that. I have that still myself. What folder did I put you in? It should be... Yes. There it is. Okay. Gosh, some of Ben's alternate designs just really make me laugh. There's definitely some of them, and this is the same thing with Kenji. There's definitely some of them where, like, I'm glad they didn't do that. I'm glad they didn't pick that one. Oh no. Oh yeah, Ben's tooth gap. I kind of wish... Has anyone seen, like, how his concept art looked? I think Will Nichols also did these. I wish his teeth had been rendered the way they were in the concept art, because I think the tooth gap works better with the when this design where he has like these really large teeth, the tooth cap looks really cute on this one. They made his teeth like really tiny when they rendered it. Whoop, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, his teeth. I don't know what happened. Maybe he got braces. Sad day. Okay. I got my references. Yeah. Gage says, hello, welcome to the stream. I'm just drawing some alternate designs based on some of the older concept art for the Nublar 6 from Chaos Theory. All right, so that is, I'm gonna just fade that so we don't accidentally draw on it. Okay. For Ben. Pseudo says this man definitely uses 13-in-1 shampoo. Yeah, probably. Well, I could see him also using like that horse shampoo, like mane and tail. I don't know, like weirdly enough, like he either uses 13-in-1 shampoo or he like randomly uses like mane and tail. Yeah, like Stormy, I like to imagine current Ben design has proper hair care routine. That man's hair is soft. The only proper hygiene he has, I fear. Gage says, glad I was able to catch this straight, but I love your art. Oh, thank you. I'm really glad you could be here. Life is funnish. First time chat. It says lol. Can. All the parakeet says, yo, mane and tail. He used to use that as a kid. Let's go. Yeah, no, like that's what all the horse girls say. Like it makes your hair really soft. Like his hair does look really soft. Like he's doing something right to it. He must have read it on the internet. He's like, maybe I'll try that. I think he's still too close. I always draw him really wide. Okay. This, I actually don't know what this, I think this is supposed to be a collared shirt. What? I'm just what does he have on under it? I'm actually not entirely sure what this shirt is doing. It's not the main thing I'm drawing from this design. What is it? Maybe I'll just do, what is that? This is the first time I've looked really closely at this alternate design, which was very rough. Oh no, he's wearing a collared shirt under... Okay. He... I feel like there is a universe where Ben would do this. He's wearing a collared shirt under a sweater. But it's not like a sweater vest, like if you were like it's just like a full like long sleeve. I don't know about that, Ben. I don't know. Do I want to do that? I might. I'm considering this. Stormy says eating from a boot is despicable. Oh, yeah. Gage says that gives the vibe that his mom still dresses him. I don't know. This gives the vibe more like he has a bunch of clothes that he like the I'm not gonna show what I'm looking at till the end, but it's giving me the vibe that he has a bunch of different clothes, but he doesn't know how to pair them together. Like his mom maybe bought him all these clothes, but she didn't tell him how to wear them, and so he's just like combined them in ways that are questionable. Oh, the parakeet Ben, what is this fashion choice? Yeah. Silver, the love bug, did he buy a boot specifically for eating out of it, or did he just use a shoe? I think that was just a shoe. Like, it's not the shoe that he was wearing, obviously, but I think that was just one of his shoes. I don't know what was going on with it either. None of us quite know. I think I mentioned this before. Originally, like, the boot thing originally... Actually, it would take me a bit to find it. I don't remember exactly which designer did the interior of Ben's van, but there is if you look at the design for Ben's van, if you look at the bed, there is a very questionable stain, this questionable brown stain on his bed. And originally when Aaron boarded, well, I mean, a lot of us like noticed the brown stain. Like at one point, we didn't like originally there was nothing in the script that called for any interaction with anything gross in Ben's back room, but I think like some of us had noticed the stain and we were like, what the hell is that? But like nothing like got put in the boards over it until Aaron Hammersley, he did his pass, and he saw the stain and he was like, oh, maybe I can work that into the boards. And so he originally boarded Darius sitting down on the bed and then like putting his hand down on the bed and going like, oh, why is this wet? Why is this like wet kind of reaction? And then him going into the front and asking Ben like, what is this mysterious brown stain on your bed? And then Ben doesn't answer, of course, because no one knows what it is. I basically, whenever they pitched that, higher ups were like, that is disgusting. Like, whoops. Cancel. That is disgusting. You can't do that. And so Aaron came up with him eating out of the boot instead, which is, I don't know which is worse, to be quite frank. They're both pretty bad. Katra Samity says, hi everyone. Hello, welcome. Life is Funnish. He threw it together and was like, yeah, this works when it doesn't. Yeah. Stormy, why did he think using his boot was easier than buying disposable dishes? I don't know, maybe he just didn't have time to stop and he really wanted to eat some oatmeal. He didn't have any other containers. I don't know. Oh, Benny boy. I'm putting you in a jar and shaking it. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, the stain's pretty bad, guys. It was pretty bad. You could still, I think, like, there's the designs are, like, someone posted them. I don't remember who did the designs for the van, but, you can find them. I'm ignoring this information, thank you. Bumper car, oh god, Ben truly is a nasty man. I want to believe that he just spilled coffee on his bed. Like maybe because he was driving so too fast and he spilled coffee on, like he had a coffee cup out and spilled coffee on his bed. That's what I hope it is. That's what I hope it is. I don't know if that's true, but yeah. Yeah, Ben is, he's, everyone's like, yeah, Ben's fine, but I don't know, man. Okay, so got his kind of base going on here. I think I'm gonna do hand on my hip for this one just because I've got so many hands on the hips. Yeah, I kind of like to do him just like a little. Okay, so in this design, he's wearing like, he looks like Marty McFly in Back to the Future. He's wearing like this yellow puffer jacket, and it's very funny. It's very funny to me. Or it's like orange, not yellow, but how would I have done this? If he would, I guess I would do like that, maybe? The chat has gone by so fast. Twisted Honeycomb, first time chat. Ben is definitely a coffee guy. Black coffee, to be exact. Still confused about how Daniel had Brooklyn's exact dye color. Maybe Daniel just like, you know, he just, he kept something. He had fun sometimes by himself. He'd experiment with different dye colors. Maybe he that was his own stash of hair dye that she found. The kids technically did. They technically did shower sometimes. I think they. Because I think they had like that. That. They had like some kind of shower setups. But yeah, they're. I'm sure wearing the same clothes all the time did not help the way they smelled, even if they did shower with their clothes on. How would that angle be? I guess if it's a vest, it would be a little more like... I'm kind of glad he did not wear this vest as I'm drawing this. I'm trying to figure out how to draw this. Because would it be... Oh, I guess that's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna combine a couple of these, I think. They're both kind of cursed. Just because for one of them, he's doing the thing where he's wearing like a puffer jacket over a hoodie, which is awful. And he's already got this like buttoned up shirt under all of this. Oh, Ben, what are you wearing? The more I look at this, the more... Shadow Flame says, if it was me, I would have burned my clothes the instant they touched everything in that van. Bumper Car says, you think Ben showered on the side of the road? Because I don't think that van has a shower, or used the sink. Oh, it definitely didn't have a shower, no. Yeah, like, there's actually, like, truck stops and stuff. They have showers, I think. He probably could have showered at, like, a truck stop, technically. Or, like, a rest stop. Assuming he showered at all, yeah. The Lego Taku says, hello, Heidi. Hello. Welcome to the stream. That boy be shaped. He do be shaped. Gage 0609 says, it's been really cool seeing art from you and the other crew members. I just watched Camp Cretaceous and Chaos Theory both back in June, and I've been obsessed. Oh, thank you. Really glad you've been enjoying it. And thank you for coming. Life is funnish. Daniel with pink hair, and you just see this now. I mean, he had the pink hair dye. Yeah, Liv Zoodles. They did have a shower at camp. There's a scene of Kenji using all the water in season 2. Yeah, there's like they had like a whole subplot where they had to fix the flow of water so they could have more clean water. Silver the Love Bug. Ben is towering over Brooklyn right now, and I'm kind of giggling. He's big! He's big! Like, look how tall he is, man! He's like nearly a whole head taller than her. I'm exaggerating. I think I'm exaggerating him a little bit here, but... When he's rendered too, he looks much bigger in the renders, the 3D renders that he does in this. Also, with his jacket off, oh my gosh. The jacket, I think the jacket almost makes it look like he's not as big as he is somehow. It's a kind of a weird optical illusion. In the next season, like they take their jackets off. I think they've shown that in like the teasers. And, man. Liz says, will we get to see Nublar 6 parents again? I don't know. I can't answer that. Sorry. Bumper car. Heidi, once you finish these, I'll draw them while taking a group photo. Yeah. Stormy, that would be really cute. Stormy says, my headcanon is Ben is 6'5". So actually, I don't know exactly how Kenji and Darius are the same height as Mitch, who is 5'10", who's our scale model. So Ben is probably around maybe like 6'2", maybe. He looks like that's maybe like 3 or 4 inches taller than them. I'm bad at like measuring. Don't quote me on this. I'm bad at measuring off of this. But for reference, like they're 5'10", but are in our scale models. So, yeah, Ben's probably over 6 feet. Oops, sorry. Liz says, what do they feed Ben over the last 6 years to make him that buff? Listen, I've known people that I've gone to high school with that they were like, I have this one friend who, her younger brother, when he was like a freshman in high school, he still looked like he was in grade school. He was like really short, like and then when he hit puberty, he turned into like Ben, basically. It was like, I've seen crazy things happen to people. Puberty will just hit you like a truck sometimes. Yeah, Silver the Love Bug. Didn't a piece of merch take away his jacket? Yes. Yeah, they can all take off their jackets, can confirm. Squidlod, they're 5'10". Yeah, they're my height. I thought Kenji was 6 feet. So that comes from, yeah, like the thing about Kenji being 6 feet tall, like, and that was like Camp Cretaceous Kenji. I don't know who decided on that number, because that number was like released by the marketing team, and that number's not correct. I'm sorry. Like, because this is my knowledge of their heights comes from the design team, who's like, this is they're actually like going like, okay, this is this height, like this would be this height in real life. These are the scale models for this height in real life. Yeah. Yeah, Liv Still's DreamWorks probably just made up the heights in that promo. Yeah, that's probably what happened. And you know what we wish we got for the Nublar 6 birthdays? I'm just taking a tea break while I'm trying to catch up with chat right now. I think apparently Scott did originally have birthdays for them, but I think he might have lost them. So I heard, because I think someone asked him or someone knew about it, but I think he did someone was saying he did originally, like on the team, one of the writers I think said he did originally come up with birthdays for them, but I think it was something he like might have written down with like the old Bible for Camp Cretaceous, and it could be anywhere, and it like wasn't really that important, so sorry about that, guys. Liz, will they lose their jackets at any point? Yes, I think some of them have already, some of them have already been shown without their jackets in the teaser for next season that released. I don't remember. It was like a month ago, a couple months ago. Yeah, they can lose their jackets. Well, the parakeet knew a guy in high school named Calf because the second he hit puberty, he just got buff and huge. Like, huh? I'm glad Kenji's not actually 6 feet tall, because if a 15-year-old was that tall, I would have been concerned. I mean, yeah, like, I've known people that age who have been that tall, but... Yeah, then Wooin would have been like 6'5". Exactly, yes. Yeah. Still super tall. Aoife's first time chat, so real. Yeah. Life is Funnish. In that teaser they showed from the animation thing, Darius and Yaz don't have their jackets. Yeah. Yeah, they have a lot of wardrobe. They have a lot more wardrobe switch options on Chaos Theory. And they could also put their hands in their pockets. That was exciting. They couldn't do that on Camp Cretaceous. The pockets were fake. I can still use it. Ben's Beanie says, I wonder if Sammy got a quinceañera once they got back to the mainland. I sure hope so. She deserves it after what she went through. All the parakeet says, damn, they gave the kids women's pants pockets, huh? Yeah. I mean, Brooklyn used her pockets a lot in Chaos and Camp Cretaceous. I think, like, they did, well, I think they mimed using their pockets, but we couldn't actually, like, put their hands in their pockets. Like, we would mime, this is a really common thing in animation, where, like, if you have a character and you can't, like, actually animate them, like putting their hand, like, in their pocket, a lot of times you'll see them, they'll just mime slipping something behind their back, and they I think we did that a lot on Camp Cretaceous. She sometimes, we hoped people would mostly not notice, but she'd do that with the iPad. Yeah, now that you mention it, Ben put his hands in his pockets in Chaos Theory. Yes, in Chaos Theory they sure do, and so does Darius. I drew him putting his hands in his pockets to be moody. I think this is just a little... Yeah. That's better. Okay. Okay, so there's... Oh, I didn't do the other. That would be helpful if I did the other half of this. This is such a stupid look. Ben! I know why they didn't do like this puffer jacket look on Ben, because they were already doing it for Darius. But I think the problem's not really even with the puffer jacket. It's like what is under it that bothers me. Like, what are you? It's not a puffer jacket, it's a puffer vest, I guess. Okay. Starmy says, I like to imagine it's the animator equivalent of women noticing their dresses have pockets. It really was. It was also the storyboard artist equivalent of it, because we were like, oh, we can actually pose them like interacting with their pockets and not just faking it. Oh. Silver the love bug. She needs that space for all her burner phones. Brooklyn. Yeah. Squidlod. He has a collared shirt under a shirt with a puffer vest on it. I just don't know. It's like I'll show it to you guys in a moment. It's like I'm changing it a little bit. I'm combining a couple of them. But it is in one of these he's wearing the collared shirt under like a hoodie under and then the puffer vest is over the hoodie. It's like it's kind of a similar thing. The similar criticism I have to Kenji's outfit, like, why are you wearing two jackets at once like this? I mean, I've definitely worn two jackets. I say that, but I've worn two jackets at once, but like more so because I was cold and I was layering, not really as like this is the outfit I'm choosing to wear as like a fashion choice. Yes, I don't know, man. Zolar says, Ben, if he was an eco-tourist. Ifas, hi. Hello. bumper car. He had zero style. Sean was wrong. Zolar says, didn't Sean say something about Ben having style on the panel? Someone show him this. Ben, why must you have awful layering? Wow, a whole server of people here. That's cool. Starmie, they get chilly. They have low iron. Okay. So for Ben's hair, okay, I think I'm gonna. God. I say, oh, Ben's hair, and then I'm like, no, I'm going to draw the face instead. Something like that. Bumper car says Ben's Chaos Theory hair is so hard to draw. I would say, I actually, I like how his normal hair is. His normal hair is not that hard because it's actually a pretty, if you recognize the pattern of like how this kind of hair works, the shorthand for this kind, for his regular hair, which is not what I'm about to draw, a really good shorthand is to just find the hairline like this, and then think of it as the hair like all coming out of that point, like the hair kind of like comes out of, you can draw it like all coming out of a single point, and then he's got like it's parted over here, and then you can draw the other one, and then kind of like that, because he's got this side part, and then I usually simplify this into having his hair kind of like turn into like just this one big piece, and then you can kind of just give him a little swoop, and where's that layer? Yeah, like that's how you, that's like, it's pretty simple. Sometimes I'll like make it like a little shaggier just to kind of differentiate it a little more. Like whenever I was boarding it, I'd sometimes like do it a little more like this, just to give it kind of an shape, to really differentiate it from Sammy, actually. Because I kind of do something similar whenever I'm constructing her hair, where I like find the part and then do this swoop thing. And if you're doing it fast enough, sometimes just differentiating it by having it swoop out and then having his like swoop in like that is a good way to, that was one of the ways I always differentiated it, at least, because their hair lengths are actually kind of similar. If you're drawing them really, like if you're looking at it like this, you're like, how on earth would their hair ever be similar? You'd be surprised if you're drawing a lot of things like really fast, how some shorthands can wind up looking. But the hair I'm going to give Ben is going to be based, I'm trying to decide how I'm going to do this hair, because like I have reference for the really long haired one, but it's only from the back. And I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to give him these weird long stringy bangs from this other design. Maybe I'll try it. I'll try it and see if I can get this. Lesbian Chillchuck says, hi, hello. Golden Retriever Ben is coming, says Shadow Flame. Yeah. Dungeon Meshi mentioned. I love Dungeon Meshi. Starmy says, I've drawn him so many times, yet I still can't get it. I definitely kind of want to draw the characters. Probably won't have time this stream to do all of them, but it would be fun sometime to draw them like as in a Dungeon Meshi AU. Because there's some parallels, I feel like. Not quite, but I could make the parallels happen. Life is funish. I can't believe I'm sitting here watching this stream and drawing Daniel Kahn with pink hair. Oh, that sounds incredible. Solar System. I already have Vampire Yasami AU in my head. Can't have another AU. Heidi, Solar System. Heidi, Dungeon Meshi fan confirmed. Of course! Who doesn't love Dungeon Meshi? It's like the best thing, one of the best things out right now. Yeah, I read the manga. Well, some of the other people in Chaos Theory. I know Avery was a fan before it was an anime. No, but like I think I got into it like when it was like earlier this year. I read all the I think I watched a couple of the episodes, and then I read all the manga and then continued watching. Oh yeah, Sean says, I swear I saw them as Itazumi and Namari recently in some crew art. Yeah, I think Nat R did her own Dungeon Meshi take on them, which was very fun. I really want to do my own because I have my own ideas. Okay, 'cause I only have one angle of this hair. I think I'm gonna try drawing him the normal way and just making his hair longer for right now, and then maybe I'll play with the bangs, because I'm trying to figure out these bangs. Oh no, get out of here. Be gone. Spam bot. Lesbian chill check. Who's your favorite Dungeon Meshi character? That's tough because it's one of those shows where like all the characters are good. I really love a lot of the characters for different reasons. I love Laos a lot. I love Fallon. Like, oh gosh, especially later on, like, no spoilers, but oh, her design later on is just so cool. Marcial. I think Marcial is also one of my favorites. I'm just gonna list all of them. I'm sorry. I love Marcial and Fallon a lot. But Chillcheck is also a big mood, and Senshi is just like also a big mood, but for different reasons. Okay. Yeah. Actually, if I do it as a center part, I can get this other design, I think. Yeah. Yes, that's what we're gonna do. Could never have had long-haired Ben because the animation difficulties, but unless he tied it up, there's no designs of him tying it up. I could see him doing like a man bun. There we go. I can only show one of the things I'm referencing for this because the other one is only released in low quality, and online in low quality, so I don't want to accidentally show that if I'm not supposed to show that. So he does look like he's about to ask, like, he's like, you want to hear about saving the whales? Okay. So, you can see here, like, I gave him slightly longer hair based off of a different concept art, but you can see here, like, I don't understand what's going on with this. Oh god, now he's Sam Winchester. No, that's exactly, yes, exactly. He really does look like Sam Winchester. It's very funny to me. Life is Funnish. I love your art, Heidi, and watching the process is so cool. Thank you. Glad you're having a good time. I'm lost where the chat is. Oh, the eye color thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Natal Ruby, what's up? A bit late. Hello. The solar system. Oh gosh, he looks like he's about to go hunt twisters with Glenn Powell. Yes! Oh my god, I love Twisters. I'm a huge fan of the original one, and I was very skeptical, but then I saw Twisters, and it was pretty good. Why didn't Ben Mustache make it into the show? Oh, you want me to add facial hair on him? Let's do that. I forgot about that. This is gonna be terrible. Oh. That's why. Yeah, you can see he had brown eyes because they didn't fix it yet. They went off of his old Camp Cretaceous design where the color had gotten swapped, and we had to be like, wait, his eyes are supposed to be blue, and then they fixed it. They fixed it eventually. Oh no, I scrolled too fast. I'm gonna have to restart Photoshop again because I'm getting the glitch again. Just 1 second. Photoshop. Stormy, Heidi, he looks like someone's uncle. Oh, chin hair. Yeah, chin hair like Shaggy. Maybe I'll try that. Let's see. Let's see. There's a very 80s vibe to this one for sure. Like he looks like he'd be in Stranger Things or something. It's a little better. Just what's better way to indicate it? It's not as bad, right? Now he's someone else's uncle. He's specifically like, he's like a picture, like, oh wait, this is on the wrong layer. Oops. He's specifically like a picture of your uncle you see, like, from the 80s, and you're like, I guess that's the same person. What happened to them? You can see, like, you're like, oh, I guess that's my uncle under there. He looks like he's about to catch a fish. Yes. Yeah, like, he definitely looks like he's on a fishing boat. That's what this look is giving, for sure. Anyways. Oh, he doesn't have his... He's missing his dork pouch. I forgot about it. He's gotta have the dork pouch under all of this. There we go. Darius, okay. Kenji's okay, let's do Kenji first, actually, because he's got, like, the worst one. Then we'll do Darius, because I think some of Darius's alternate ones are a little better. Oh, dear. I'm glad Kenji turned out the way he did. Okay. There's one haircut, the haircut they have on, like, most of these Kenji designs. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna do one of his alt haircuts, I think. Okay, so height check. His eyes, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna like have just like a quick. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna draw Kenji. Hang on. I want another snack. Yeah. I'm gonna have some Ritz crackers really quickly. And maybe some Reese's cups. Yeah. Oh, it's kind of fun if you... The reason why I haven't been showing the designs is kind of fun if you don't remember what they look like. Well, Liz says, all the girls' designs are amazing and poor Ben and Kenji need help on fashion choices. Yeah. Whoops. Okay, I'll stay on camera. I'm just gonna eat this really quick while we admire all these. Another world. Heidi mukbang. Sorry, I usually have to eat like a lot of little snacks throughout the day. Emo Kenji sounds fun. Like if he could dress well. He's not, but he's like actually like it's more of like depression Kenji, and he's just like barely getting out of his pajamas kind of in some of these. It's really sad. He also looks like he needs to shower. They all need therapy, yeah. I put on a filter. I put a filter on Twitch so that it would filter like so it would filter out like any like like mean comments, but like, and so some of you guys calling their designs ugly are getting caught in the filter. I'm okaying them just to be sure, but it's very funny. Yeah, that's right. Some of the slander is for Kenji, not just Ben. Ben's not combining his clothes well, and he is eating out of a boot, but at least I don't know. he at least, his hair looks like he's showered. I kind of Will Nichols, Squidlot says, what does Kenji alternate design look like? Where can I see it? Will Nichols has posted it on his art station and on Instagram. I posted the link earlier, but I'm purposely not showing it yet because I think it's funny to slowly reveal how crazy some of them are. Lives Toodles. I slandered Kenji too much already in Camp Cretaceous era. I have full hatred for that hair gel. He's going through things. I'm giving him a break right now. Yeah, at least Ben doesn't have 5 boxes of it's more than 5 stuffed in his van. It's more than 5 boxes. Actually, I think I have the concept. I had the concept art up. Or, oh no, I only have part of it. It's way more than 5. Yeah, it's pretty bad, Squidlon. He's going through it. He's like really going through it. Bumper car. Did Kenji really think he'd sell all of those? You know, sometimes you just like you get a really good deal when you're buying things in bulk and you're like, wow, it only costs like 1 cent for each one, and then suddenly the next thing you know you're buying 10,000 of Sean, weird question, but was there ever a scene with a buff-looking guy flirting with Yaz? I don't know. That doesn't sound familiar. Oh, that drawing. Oh yeah, that was Ben. Shadow says, I have to go off because it's 2 a.m. Oh my gosh. It was fun being here with all of you. Thanks, Heidi, for the stream and the sketches. Night, night. Have a good night. Thank you for coming and staying up that late. Okay. I'm gonna have a couple of peanut butter cups and then I'm gonna draw this Kenji look. I'm not gonna answer whether or not Ben's girlfriend's real. You're gonna have to wait and see. Yeah, I can't answer that. Seeing everyone's theories in every which way are very funny, though. Yeah, October 17th. Man, it's almost like, it's just a few days until September. It's coming up fast. Yeah, I hope they do release a trailer soon. They'll probably release one next month, I feel like. I don't have any authority on this. I actually don't know for sure, but it feels like next month would be likely. Yeah, Squidlod, It was already in production. It did not, it was not a show that, like, it was not the kind of show where, like, we only did one season at a time. We did them, we did what we were planning to do, all at once. When is Geeked Week? I don't know when that is. It feels like, man, it feels like the show was just announced during Geeked Week. Because I remember, like, we were going insane because we couldn't even say anything about the show. And then there was, there had been some leaks already because of Mattel. It's always Mattel. Oh, yeah, so Bumper Car says, okay, Liv Studio says it's in 2 weeks. Bumper Car says, no, they released the list for Geeked Week. Chaos Theory isn't on there, but maybe it will be. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know who decides all that. September 16th is when it starts. It would that's so weird. It would make sense for them to do it then. Huh. Well, we didn't originally know that the cast was going to Comic-Con until, like, the last minute either. So, who knows? No shout out for Mattel leaking that information. Also, don't put that in the chat. Don't talk about that information in the chat, please. An advent calendar for yes, Sammy. Okay. Alright, Kenji, I'm coming for you. I'm so sorry. Sean says Darius toy leaked, then he was in the first trailer. Ben toy leaked, and then he was in the second trailer. Do you think any of them would have made the cut if the toy hadn't leaked? They probably weren't related. Like, it was probably just a coincidence, I would say, honestly. Liv Seals, need to see what the gang is all going to look like for season 2 so I can update my tradition chibi art I do for every season. Oh, that's always so cute. I will say, if you can kind of see what a lot of them look like if you just mentally remove their jackets. Some of them. Well, yeah. Gage, it was so vindicating seeing Sammy happen in season 5. I was watching with a group of friends, and I had been hoping and praying for them since the beginning. Aww. I'm really glad that, yeah, we were able to make them happen. The fandom is planning a countdown week with prompts to make art, etc., etc. Nice. Countdown to t-shirt, Ben. Okay, what pose am I going to do for you? Something sad. Yeah, okay. Oh my god. Yeah. Let's do that actually. Liv Doodles. I was literally rewatching season 3 with my cousin yesterday, and my little cousin was cheering for Yes and made a kiss every time they interacted. I was so proud. Like, me too, girl. That's really cute. Ben's Beanie says, who in the Nublar 6 do you feel got the biggest glow up in Chaos Theory? I'd personally say Darius, but Ben and Brooklyn have really cool new designs too. Yeah, like, that's tough because I love, yeah, the Ben, Brooklyn, and Darius all have really, really great glow ups, honestly. I think Ben has like the most dramatic, like, physical glow up, I think. But he loses some style points for loses some style points for eating out of a boot. And the beanie, I like the beanie, but it's okay. Brooklyn, I really like her glow up, especially when she's like, I like this look when it's fully rendered, and I really like her short hair glow up and how punk she turned out. Darius, Photoshop, not again. Darius just looks cool. I'm glad he looks cool, and that he looks like, yeah, like this is the protagonist. He deserves to look cool. Hang on, I'm gonna have to restart Photoshop again. it is really acting up today. This usually doesn't happen that much. It's probably because I'm like using the hand tool and moving around the screen a whole bunch. Okay. And we're back. Kenji's pose is taking me out. Compared to the others, he's just sad. Yeah. Emo Kenji. Kenji's still recovering from being trapped in the Lego set bag. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, I need... Where did he go? Where did my reference go? So he's just... Actually, let's do the V-neck. Sad V-neck Kenji. Just, oh. And he's wearing these, like, climbing shoes. He's still wearing the climbing shoes in all of these, so... It's really funny. I remember when Kenji was, like, the most muscular camper on Camp Cretaceous, at least compared to, obviously compared to all the other kids, and now like Ben's like the most muscular one. And it's not really that Kenji changed, it's just that Ben got like more muscular than Kenji. Like Kenji's still like, he's got something because he's like rock climbing and everything. But I feel like rock climbing muscles are pretty lean still. And okay. Maybe he's got his rock climbing equipment with him. I don't have the reference for this. So I don't remember exactly. But yeah, there's a bag back there. Yeah. Lives Toodles thinking about the difference of this pose and the eye candy pose. I'm trying not to laugh. Poor guy lost all his silliness and whimsy. He's still got some of it, but he's going through some things. He's just seen Darius is here in this pose. He's like, oh, not this guy. Okay, honestly, his outfit is like really plain. Because it's just like all his variants are like just different colors and slightly different cuts of shirt. The thing that is really horrible in his alternate designs, let me do his face really quick and then I'll do the hair. Kenji holding up a sticker. Do you think a depressed person could make this? I don't think so. Yeah. He looks like a soccer dad. His bag is full of stickers. Yes, that's what it's full of. It's full of stickers. He was just trying to... He was just, trying to, sticker bomb some places. To try and drum up more business. Kenji listens to divorced dad rock. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh, it's so bad. Okay, I'm gonna... I'm going to do the really bad one. Whoops. The really bad one off to the side. It's really hard to capture how bad it looks. It looks like he's going bald. This is not appealing to draw. It doesn't feel good to draw. Okay. It's like... Oh. I don't know if I'm doing it justice to like just how bad it is. It's still got like some flyaways. This almost looks too good, like compared to how it actually looks. He's so greasy. I'm trying to capture that. Like, it looks really greasy in the concept art. I'm not sure I'm making it greasy looking enough. This, I think I made it look too good compared to how it actually looks. How did they manage to make it look like that? This baffles me. Oh, maybe if I have the part like that go up a little higher, like it's a comb over almost. Did he cut his hair with his eyes closed? What happened? It was a depression haircut. Yeah. Well, okay. I'll do there's an alternate one that I don't mind. I'm gonna do that one for what I'm actually putting here. Okay. And then I'll show what it actually looks like. It's so bad. That angle is kind of like, let's see. That, I think, yeah. Oops. This one's not so bad. Like, he's just grown out his hair a bit in this one. Saying he's looking like Voltron. Yeah. See, that one's not so bad. He's just kind of, I think his hair goes over, it goes over his eyebrow. Okay, it's a little lower. So he's really got those emo bangs going on in this one. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Okay. Oh my goodness. Kenji, don't turn around, but I think there's a more depressing of your version of yourself right behind you. Barry. Yeah. Just. Okay. So this is the oh, he just looks like he just looks sopping wet. Like these aren't emo outfits. These are like depression outfits. This is like I barely got dressed this morning. Like I think, let's see. Looking at this next to it now, I think I can improve this a little more. It's like get this shape a little better. Yeah, there we go. He literally looks like a middle-aged man, says Idle Compy. He does, doesn't he? A middle-aged divorced father. The stress made him go bald. Yeah. It was all that hair gel. Life is Funnish. Wait, is the crudes at the top? Oh yeah, I was talking earlier about like finding differences in like character designs, like for storyboarding, like for shorthand. And I was talking about how the Crudes, I worked on the Crudes Family Tree show, so I actually do a lot of the Crudes, but I was talking about how on that show it was really easy to differentiate between your characters because they all have even silhouettes, they all have really different body types and body shapes, but like on like a show like Camp Cretaceous, where it's more like all the characters are more like realistically proportioned, like the body types are more similar, like when you like the silhouettes are going to be more similar, so it's about like finding, like whenever you come up with like a shorthand for characters, or like whenever you're sketching them, it's about finding things to like subtle things to exaggerate so that you can still tell them apart when you're sketching them quickly. So like this is obviously Grug, that's Eep, that's Gran, and then like if you removed like the hair, you removed like this on the characters, you'd be like, well, that's just a generic character. But like on like Camp Cretaceous, it'd be like, well, this is Kenji because he's got his triangle hair, and then this is Darius because he's got his dino tooth necklace. And I was talking about how like you can also apply that when you're drawing like details on faces and things, like trying to just really subtly push like, oh, like Yaz has more of like a pointed face versus like giving Brooklyn more of like a rounded face. And then you could see this with like Kenji, how I draw like the base face shapes for Kenji and Ben. Like I draw like Ben like really boxy for his face shape, and I try and like exaggerate like his size being like a little bit bigger, and then Kenji I do like this triangle, this pointed triangle, like upside down triangle shape, but yeah. Zolar System says, I know the inside of his fridge is so sad. Oh, you know it. You know it. Okay. So last is Darius. Do I have enough room? I think I should have enough room. Just, what is this layer? Oh, that's the line layer for height check. I think I can move this Brooklyn head. Whoops. I keep forgetting I have the glasses on different layer. Gonna make some room for Darius. Last, but definitely not least. Oh my god. Oh, I think, let's see. I could move this like, Can I offer you a sticker in this trying time? Life is Finished says, when I was at uni, I fell in love with storyboarding after I did it for a film unit I was doing, and it's helpful seeing this and getting advice. I'm really glad. Yeah, storyboarding is, there's so many different applications for it. A lot of directors, like, the kind of storyboarding that's done for animation is very different than the kind of storyboarding done for, like, live action film. Because for live action film, you can actually be even rougher. You could do literal thumbnails. One of my favorite, I'm sure some of you have seen like that one, like that Knives Out like frame where it's like it's got the final frame and then like the sketch, the final frame of the character like surrounded by all of like the knives, and then the sketch is like just like the original storyboard sketch is just like that. I really love I have the storyboard book from Parasite. And it's all like that. It's all like thumbnails and things, and it's really great. Steven Spielberg once came to DreamWorks like a few years ago and gave like a, is this line? Oh, nope. Maybe that's, I don't have this ground plane quite even. Let me fix that really quick. I see why. And Steven Spielberg, I think there's recordings of him saying this too, but like he's like a very like strong like he strongly believes that like if you're doing any kind of filmmaking, like directing or cinematography, you should learn to storyboard. Like you should learn like some basic animation, just really basic animation things, because technically all film is animation in a way, because it is just a bunch of pictures being flipped through really fast, that tricking your brain into believing that something is there when it's not. Not again. Okay, I'm gonna have to restart this again. I don't know why Photoshop's been doing this today. But yeah, like he always does, like even Steven Spielberg always does thumbnails for like his films, just to like just be like, this is how I want the camera to move, and it's like it's about having intent for what you're going to do, and like you should always try and like make things with intent. Like even if you don't like, even if you like never explain your intent and people don't pick up on it, you can always get a sense when someone like just did something just because, versus when someone did something with intent. Because if you do things with intent, it will usually turn out better. Whether or not people consciously or like subconsciously pick up on said intent. Starmy says that implies Kenji is wearing a wig. Will you ever wear wigs? Lesbian Chillcheck says, awesome, I'm studying for animation right now. That's awesome. Ben's Beanie, does Yaz still run, like in competitions and stuff, or has she drifted away from it completely? I don't entirely know. I think like there was, I think in one of the interviews with the designers, they mentioned that they did want to still give her kind of like that athleisure look, like to like suggest that she's still active. But I could see her moving away from running. I could see her running more casually, especially like it's been pointed out, like yeah, she did have that injury on the island that didn't really get worked through very well while she was on the island. So yeah, I could see it going either way. Lesbian Chillchuck says, I love live action movie boards. They're always so simple. It's funny to see. And what's great is that they're so simple, like you can still tell what's going on. Like that clarity is like the really important thing. Photoshop saw Kenji and Ben and got scared. You know, that's probably what happened. It's only started doing that, I think, after we started drawing them. It's gonna be okay, Photoshop. We're gonna draw Darius now. Thank you for picking up on the wigs reference. Life is funnish. I've spent a lot of time studying storyboards for animation stuff and learning from resources I could find. I've still got a long way to go, but I enjoy it. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I highly recommend sticking with it. I believe in you. Anything worth doing just takes work. This lineup's really fun. Like how it's really fun seeing them all together like this. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Darius is about Kenji's height, about the same. Oh yeah, I need to grab him. Okay. I think I'm gonna, I might do, I'm trying to decide whether I want to combine any outfits or not. I think Darius's the Darius outfit we got is probably the strongest one, but I'll still do an alternate one. Where's my Darius? Where's the Darius part of this? Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. Hang on, I need to move some things on my reference sheet around because I just kind of threw them on here and things are overlapping. Oh dear. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think. Let's see, Darius. Oh, I'm still. Sorry, I forgot to turn that off even though I restarted Photoshop. Okay. I want to do hands on hips again for Darius. Trying to decide. I could also do something a little different. Oh, that would mean having to get reference. I'm gonna think about this. I'm gonna think about it. Stand by. I'm trying to decide on how dumb I want to be with this pose. Lesbian Chilchuck says, "What tablet are you using?" This is, hang on. I always forget the names of my equipment. This is what year is this from? Oh yeah. It's a Wacom Cintiq 22 HD, which is, I think it's like, it's probably about, it's nearly 10 years old now. Well, maybe a little less, like maybe eight years old. Anyway, I've gotten a lot of use out of this over the years. I got it back in college. It was $1,000, and I have tried to make it last as long as possible. Oh, I also really don't like the new ones. They got rid of these buttons on the sides, which I sometimes use those, like more so like when I'm storyboarding, I have some commands on it that I use, and they got rid of the buttons, and they have this stupid remote that you have to like plug in to the it's wireless, but it's like I don't want to use it wirelessly. I want to just be able to touch the side of the Cintiq, you know, and the yeah, like you always get these problems where like that wireless remote, even if it's plugged in, because we that was the type we had at work, like at the office. The wireless remote will sometimes on the newer Cintiqs, like it'll unpair itself with the Cintiq, and then you have to like, and then like whether or not you can get it to repair it to the Cintiq just depends on like the whims of the gods, essentially. Um, and yeah, and it'll also complain that it's running out of battery, even though it's plugged in and it's been plugged in the entire time. I don't love that. So, anyways, if this anything happens to this one, I'm probably just gonna buy another one, another old one used. um, Starmy says, put him in the Y stance to assert dominance. Maybe. No, wait, that one William Dafoe pose. Lesbian Chilchek says, adding a remote is so dumb. Life is Funnish, remote is so dumb. What? Yeah, why would they make a remote? Well, I know some people who like, have programmed, they will have programmed like their own remotes to use, like, because some people like to have their hand, like, not, like, they don't draw, like, I'll draw with like my hand like up here, or like on the keyboard, depending on what I'm doing. I know some people they don't like to have their hand up like that. They just want it resting on the desk, and so it can be helpful for some people. I just wish it wasn't like the default. I wish it was just like an optional thing. I also don't like that. I don't like that you have to mess with like touch controls and stuff. I prefer like physical buttons that you can program. I don't think there's as many buttons on it either, and they're all, anyway, I digress. Lesbian Chilchuk, it seems like older devices in general were created a lot better and more efficiently than new tech. New tech, I would say, like a lot of the time, you see like buttons being removed from things like because it's cheaper, you know? Like it's cheaper to just produce something with just the screen instead of having to like cut out like all the individual buttons and engineer how all the buttons press. You see that in cars too. It's really unfortunate because like tactile feedback is so much better than touch screens, because you don't know what the heck's going on with a touch screen. There's no tactile feedback. Hang on. I'm gonna thumbnail a few ideas for myself really quick. I just feel like I feel like I like drawing the girls like all with their hands on their hips. It was like I'm drawing them all in the same pose. But I don't know. Maybe I do it. Maybe I'll do it again for Darius. Maybe I could put both both hands on his hips. Let's see. I'm gonna look up reference really quick. Yeah, okay. Let me grab something really quick. Where is my old folder? Should be in here. Yeah, there you are. Just to make it a little more interesting than having him just stand there. Okay. Okay. Yeah. This. I tend to treat Darius's face shape kind of in between Ben and Kenji's. Cause he's a little more defined, like with his older face, but not quite as defined as Ben's. But also he's not as pointy as Kenji. Starmy says he's a shaped little fella. I keep looking at Ben and Kenji and getting jump scared. Life is Funnish. Question, do I also make Daniel's facial hair pink? I think the answer is yes. And his eyebrows. I'm gonna have to scroll through my 1,650 Ben screenshots to heal after this. I really... I know some people are like, oh, thank God Ben doesn't have long hair. I really like the idea of him having long hair. I think it's horrible, but I love it. Maybe a little higher. This alt outfit of Darius's is pretty simple because it's basically just a button-up shirt that I'm gonna do, I think. All the parakeet says, Kenji, I put hair dye in my dad's shampoo and he turned pink. Prank gotten wrong. Maybe that's how I wound up there. Ben's beanie. I think long hair would suit him given that he's a fan of metal music and all. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I could make it even longer, like like some I could see it like, yeah, like really metalhead Ben. Feels like it fits him. I think that's why I like him having long hair. Stormy says that's how Kenji got disowned. Oh no. Is this tucked in? No, it's not. That's kind of nice on him though. I'm gonna exaggerate these shirt tails a little, just for fun. He's not wearing his chucks in this one. Lesbian chill check. Darius is looking so polite. I'm kind of trying to go for maybe like an inquisitive look or something on him. Let's see. Let's see. How can we exaggerate to kind of get that? Maybe if he's like leaning a little more. He's looking around a corner at something. About this body turn, I might have to change it. I don't know. Let me see. Liv Zoodle says, Heidi, do you have any personal headcanons about the Nublar 6? I've got a lot. I can't say some of them. Because spoilers. An NDA. I think the big one that people keep asking me, like, the big one I can think of off the top of my head is like Brooklyn's, whether Brooklyn has a last name. I don't think she does have one. Well, I mean, not anymore. I think she did have one, and I think her name was originally Brooklyn. Like her full name. And I think it wound up becoming like the only name she was known by because she just made her handle like Brooklyn, and everyone just assumed that it was her full name, like it was her first name. They didn't realize it was her full name. That's my headcanon. Um, I've had several people ask me what Brooklyn's last name is. She doesn't canonically have one. I think the idea was that she was just so well known that everyone just called her Brooklyn, her like online handle. Um, let's see, some other headcanons I have. Let's see. I'll try and think of some ones that I have for like the first season. Um, I think it's very likely. Oh, I know that Ben is not. I know. I think while we were working on the show, a lot of us joked that like, I think someone did the math of just like how long the trip must have taken, the whole road trip must have taken, and did the math of like how many days like Ben had gone without sleep. I think there's like a couple points in the show though where he might have been able to take a power nap though, because like technically when Sammy and Ben leave Kenji's, Sammy's driving, so he might have been able to get a nap in then. And I also think that he had to have fallen asleep at some point on that drive when they were when he, Sammy, and Yaz were all trapped in the, well, not trapped, they snuck into it, but they were all like in the trailer with the Beckel Spinax. I know they're wide-eyed awake like whenever the camera cuts back to them, but it's been like all night. He has to have fallen asleep like even if it was just like for like a power nap. Yeah, I fully believe he has to have fallen asleep. No, like, yeah, could he take a power nap? Maybe. Would he is a different question, says Starmy. No, I think if he did, it's definitely a situation where he was trying not to fall asleep, but he did like micro sleep because his body probably just got so tired. It was like, no, you're gonna sleep for 30 minutes even. Then you can go back to being wide awake for another 48 hours. Okay. I think this ankle needs to go out. Oh. Ghost Kenji, you're in the way. Okay, I'll move you guys a little bit closer to Brooklyn. Sorry, Brooklyn, you're gonna have to stand next to these two even closer. And I'm just gonna keep moving Kenji closer and closer to Ben, and he's like, here, take the bumper stickers. Okay, now I have room to move this arm. Being put on the spot, I'm trying to think. Oh, one of the silly crew headcanons we had after Kenji, when we found out Kenji was recast and we heard Darren's voice for the first time. I really love how Darren's acting has turned out, actually. He did a really great job. But a lot of us joked that maybe the reason why Kenji's voice changed was he took up smoking. And I also joked that I was like, oh, I'm sure after everything happened with like Brooklyn, there's like this lawn chair outside his trailer. Yeah, it's like an Adirondack chair, and there's a cooler next to it. I was just like, he's okay. And also to preface, Kenji is over 21. He's definitely over 21. I was like, he definitely like sits in that chair and with just a 6-pack and a pack of cigarettes, just watching the Parasaurolophus run by. Anyways, that was I don't know if that's what you wanted to hear, but that's another one of my headcanons. Maybe at some point I'll draw him. I've always been like, oh, I should draw him just sitting there in that chair with the cooler. All the parakeeties trying to sneak at least 20 stickers onto Ben's person before this stream is done. Yeah. Stormy, oh god, what is this trailer? Smells like smoke. Well, no, I'm sure he smokes outside. Like, you can't ruin the merchandise. You can't get the all the bumper stickers smelling like cigarettes. Oh, he could also vape. I think that was the other one. We were like, what if he vapes? I don't know if you get a smoker's voice from vaping, though. Okay. Oh, I need the other reference backup. Where did you go? PSA, don't smoke, kids. we joked. I don't actually smoke. I've never smoked. I know some people who have smoked, and it's not great for you. Sorry, I was raised by smokers. That scent travels. Yeah. I can't wait for new Ben and Kenji interactions. It's them sharing a smoke. Yeah, there's a cigarette like mixed in with the bumper stickers he's like discreetly passing to Ben. No. Can't let the others know. I hate this. I hate the trank gun so much. I was like, yeah, I'll draw it. And then I'm like, oh, I have to draw it again. Oh, I don't know. Am I gonna have to expand this even more? I might. That trank gun is too long. Kenji's ghost is in the way. $45. There we go. All right, now there's room. Lesbian chill truck kids don't smoke. Bumpy wouldn't want you. That's right, she wouldn't. All the parakeet. Please don't smoke near Bumpy. She has sensitive lungs. I could hear that in the Ben voice. Starmy, please don't give the dinosaur a secondhand smoke. This is going to be a very rough trank gun. Oh. Sight is here, sort of there, somewhere. I usually when drawing for storyboards, it would wind up looking like this. Drawing in perspective was the worst. If you had to draw it like pointed, like a character like pointing at like it's just the worst. I don't miss drawing this stupid gun. Just awful. I don't think we had a 3D file for it. If we, or at least when I remember using it in episode 1, I don't think we had a 3D file for it. If we had, I would have used the heck out of that 3D file so I wouldn't have to draw it from scratch so much. I did that a lot with cars on the show. I avoided drawing cars freehand as much as possible. Thank you designers who gave us the models for the cars. The only thing you had to do was just remember to delete the windows so you could actually see the characters in the cars. Because I wasn't using like the fully rendered. It wasn't like the fully rendered cars. It was just like the default look that they have in Blender, and if something is not like the windows had like a specific shader or something, I think, but if you were just looking at it in Blender, it just graded out so you couldn't see through it. It wasn't transparent, so you just go in and you delete them. I think maybe his hand should go a little, yeah. Drawing Darius with like the button-down shirt makes me feel like it's almost like his DPW look. Not quite, but like something he would have worn while he was still working at the DPW. Like a little more professional. I think there was like an older version where he was still working at the DPW when the show started. So I wonder if that might have had influence on something like this. Okay. For the hair. Which one of these do I want to do? Both fun. Let's see. What's a good shorthand for this? I know Darius's hair is controversial because it is the what everyone always calls the Killmonger style that we wound up with in the show, but it was really fun to draw. This one's fun too, actually. Yeah. Let's see. I wish there could have been a design with this from the back, because there's only one angle of this to get a better idea of what's going on. But it looks like there's a version where he would have had longer hair that was kind of tied up. Let's see. How do I want to simplify this? Is always the question. Starmie Darius on his way to an interview, but also looking for an Allosaurus that may or may not have eaten his brother's ex. Lesbian chill check, no longer polite. He's stressed now. Oh my gosh, Ponytail Darius? Yes. Ponytail Darius. If I could figure out good... I think technically it wouldn't be visible from this angle. But I sometimes with characters who have ponytail... Well, I guess I could be... maybe... Because I only have one like side, like 3/4 reference image. I guess I could kind of cheat it a little more like this. Maybe. Yeah, I think that looks right. A lot of times, like characters who have ponytails and stuff, if they're looking straight at camera, you can't actually a lot of times always see that they have a ponytail. But when you're storyboarding, if you're trying to just indicate like a character, sometimes it can be good to like indicate it like off to the side anyways, just for clarity of like that it's this character. At least for this kind of storyboarding, this style of sketching. Do I want him wide-eyed or do I want him kind of like, he's peering inside something because he just heard something and he's yeah. Oh, I like his hair up. It looks so nice. Wow. It's the alternate universe. Alternate universe character lineup. Okay, so yeah, this is... So this is the alternate designs for Darius. I mean, you can see his actual design in the middle there, but yeah, like for a while his hair was actually going to be this long, and then they shortened it, because I remember some of my expression sheets that I had, there was a version where he had like this longer hair. That was really fun to draw. And some of my early boards, like he had that longer hair. But yeah, I think for animation purposes, they shortened it. It would have been cool if he'd had it tied up too, though. If it had been even longer and it had been tied up, that would have been really fun. But yeah. Yeah, his outfits weren't really that crazy. This one is a little questionable to me. It's getting into Kenji wearing 2 jackets territory. Like the blazer over the hoodie, I'm not so sure about that one. But yeah. Alternate universe, they all have even less drip. I don't know. I really... I think this is a fun exercise. Fun little stream idea, I think. So these proportions could be a little slightly better. Yeah. Okay. I think Twisted Honeycomb says, I think they have drip. They look good. Thanks. The girls in Kind of Darius have drip. Ben just needs a little fashion advice, but when is he not? Kenji's ghost is just a part of him now. Uh-huh. I kind of almost, here, I'm gonna do one and Ben on the side where his hair is even longer. Just for fun, really quick. And like more in the front. Oh, I don't need that height line anymore. Not at all 3D animation friendly. Oops. Yeah. There we go. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Ben gets a ghost too. Yeah, the beanie does hide his beautiful hair. Buff Legolas. Get out of here, bot. Be gone with you. Yeah. Definitely going for more of like 80s vibe for this one for sure. I think maybe it would go. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine the way it is. Tarzan Ben. Yeah, that is just regular Ben. Okay, yeah. So this is the lineup. What time is it? Okay, it is nearly 7. So I think I'm probably gonna wrap this up. This wound up just turning into like a drawing like a alternate universe character lineup. But that's okay. Where is that layer? Oh, here it is. Okay. And then I did like a demonstration of how I quick sketch them. Their regular designs. Oh, it is. But yeah. So I think I'm probably gonna wrap this up soon. But this was pretty fun for a first stream. I'm trying to think when I'm gonna stream again. Maybe Wednesday? And I might do, oh, glasses. Where'd the glasses go? There we go. What layer is this on? Okay. Yeah, I might do another stream Wednesday depending on things. And I might try to do more like I have some like ideas I had written down previously of like some sketch ideas that I'd wanted to do at some point. So I might like do like some rough thumbnails or sketches of some of those. But yeah. IL Coffee says Ben and Kenji looking like a Disney Channel werewolf and vampire, not gonna lie. Oh my god. You know, you're kind of right. Yeah. Monster AU. Life is finished, says keep an eye out for pink-haired Daniel. He's finished and ready for the world. Oh. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Stormy. Oh man, Heidi time is over. Well, this was nearly a 6-hour stream, so it's a pretty good amount of Heidi time. Twisted Honeycomb says this was so fun. Gladly watch another one. Yay. Bumper car. They're all so pretty. Kenji's there too. yeah. This was so much fun. Love this. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad everyone had fun. Yeah, this is pretty fun to do. I haven't drawn them in a while. The last time I just drew them again for the first time in a few months when I drew this. So it was kind of fun to sketch them again. And it would be definitely fun to do some more like character sketches. And maybe like some like, oh, here's like a little story panel of an idea or something. So yeah. Let's see, I was bored out of my mind before the stream, so I'm glad it happened. I was very entertained. I'm glad. Monster AU. Yeah, it was nearly 6 hours, Darmy. Twisted Honeycomb says, Kenji is pretty too, justice for my boy. Life is Funnish says, full body Kenji is not too bad. Ghost Kenji, however, yes. That's the one that haunt your nightmares. He's giving like, you know that one Roman haircut? It reminds me of that one Roman haircut where the hair is just like really short, but like it's just got like the tiny little like fringy bangs. Will I be posting the art? Yeah, I'll probably like, it's probably not worth posting these because I just really quick. I mean, I can. I'll post like these like little character sketches, but I'll definitely post the lineup. I'll probably make a little edit of it off camera, and post the lineup and kind of clean it up and make it look nice. But yeah. I'll probably be doing that a bit later because I need to work on something else this evening. But yes. Unless I say otherwise, I'm going to currently plan for the next stream to be on Wednesday, probably also starting around 1 p.m. And yeah, I still forgot how to look up how to raid other channels. But I also there's no one on right now that I recognize anyway, so I'm probably going to just end the stream cold again. Maybe next time I'll finally figure things out. But yeah. Thanks for coming, everybody, and have a great rest of your Sunday evening. And yeah, Lesbian Chillchuck says he's giving King Cragnor. You know, maybe that's where I was like, this would fit Ben. Maybe that's where that came from. All right. Yes. Thank you. Thank you everybody for coming. Bye.